All right. So, in weird news or not, Snow White has completely or is completely flopping and is on the mark to hit the goal of being the biggest flop Disney has ever had. And you know what? It's all because a certain somebody had to get on TV and tell half of the movie buying people in America not to watch the movie. And she hoped that they suffer continuously and know no peace and all that sort of shit, whatever it was. So, you know, plus, let's be honest, I knew the movie was going to be stupid a long, long time ago when I saw the actresses. First off, Gal Gadot can't act. She can't act her way out of a paper bag. You know, like she might have been in the Israeli Defense Force. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Uh, I figured you'd be at work. Um, she might a lot of things, but one of the things she can't do is act for shit. But that aside, I mean, aside from the fact that they got a person who can act and another person who's just annoying to look at in the same movie, I think there was some real casting issues too. Like, for example, why is the evil queen so much prettier than Snow White? I mean, I know the bullshit before anybody wants to get into it with the whole, it was all about the inner beauty. It's like, no, 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 no. You actually cast the hot chick to be the jealous evil queen. That is ridiculous. And then you turned the kingdom wherein Snow White lived into a communist utopia. And it's just like, Disney, you deserve to fail, you know. In other news, well, besides the fact that I haven't slept in like many, many hours, um, and by many, I mean since yesterday, um, Tesla stock is way up. So Tampon Tim can literally go stick a tampon straight up his rectal orifice because, you know, and his lame ass, you know, some people can't take a joke. It's like, dude, you weren't joking. That's like the worst kind of human being is the kind of person that says something and then when they get called out on it, they try to play it off like it's a joke. That's just so lame. It's lame, it's weak, it's cowardly. It's just such a bitch mode way to be, right? So he was rooting for Tesla to fail. And, you know, that crazy, you know, ratchet bitch from Texas, she was rooting. But instead, Tesla stocks up, like way up. So go Tesla stock. If you own Tesla stock, hold on to it. It's going up. Also, what's funny is the one chick from Texas that acts super ghetto. It's all a put on. It's a put on. Dun, dun, dun. Little stream of consciousness here. Because no, she went to like good schools, comes from a rich or you know, a rich family, had a great education. She speaks better English than I do. But when she gets onto TV or in front of microphones and they start interviewing her, all of a sudden she wants to get all ratchet and, you know, try to act like she's from the streets, you know. She grew up in the hood. She did not. I spent more time in freaking Section 8 than she did. She's fake as hell. And when she was talking about all she wanted for her birthday is somebody to take Musk down, I mean, obviously, you know, the DOJ and other people put her ass on notice. But, I mean, if something had happened to Musk, I'd like to think that she would go to prison for inciting violence. Probably wouldn't happen. Hey, what's up, Bubba? Good morning. Probably would not happen, but I like to think that it would, because these Democrats that are out here talking about we need to fight and we need to this and we need to that, every one of them should be treated like the rebellious insurrectionist dogs that they are, you know, especially after how they behaved after January 6th. They deserve zero mercy at all. And I will concede that that's not a very Christian way to feel, but, you know, at the same time, you make your bed and you sleep in it. You know what I mean? So the same people that are instigating idiots, mostly troons for whatever reason, to destroy Tesla buildings, dealerships, cars, whatever. These are the people who are that have spent the last however many years crying about January 6th, you know. And regardless of the lies that they try to tell you about, oh, all these cops died or committed suicide, blah, blah, blah. Well, if they committed suicide, how do you know it had anything to do with January 6th? Did some cop write in their letter, January 6th upset me so much I had to delete myself? I mean, first off, the first person I'd be looking at is Hillary Clinton, to be honest. Like, did that, you know, did that government security cop, DC security cop, did he know something about Clinton that maybe he should not have? Is that why he self-deleted? Because, you know, anytime anyone self-deletes, if they're in government and they've ever had anything to do at all with the Clintons, that's where my mind goes right off the bat, you know? Like, okay, did they ever deal with the Clintons at all? Because there does seem to be a trend. There does seem to be a trend of people who have too many business dealings with those people. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Bubba. But yeah, the point is, does seem like a lot of people who have had negative dealings with those people, that particular family, end up unalived, etc. So if any of the DC cops after the supposed riots ended up unaliving themselves, I would be interested, like I said, to know if they had any dealings with Big H, you know, because other than after the fact bullshit that they're trying to blame on the protesters on January 6th, the only person who actually died of, like, you know, actual violence on January 6th was an Air Force veteran woman, unarmed, who was shot by a DC cop who never got any sort of repercussions for shooting an unarmed woman, you know? Meanwhile, everybody within 5 blocks of Fentanyl Floyd's death got sent to prison for, you know, ever. So, you know, I guess I guess what I should say is I watched the news the other day or day before. Just got me really grumpy, because it's like the more I watch how the left behaves, it's like I have to remind myself that I'm trying to be a good Christian and, to have forbearance and everything because otherwise start getting these weird ideas in my head, like they deserve uh what's coming, you know. They deserve what's coming. And it is coming, guys. Have faith. It is coming. I know it is. And when it gets here, oh my goodness. It's going to be like that scene from Tombstone, you know, tell him I'm coming, I'm bringing hell with me, because like I say all the time, and I know people don't want to hear it, this is truly a battle between good and evil. And the other side are absolutely evil. And if you want evidence of that, um, well, why do they always side with whatever is the evil side, Like, we want to send bad people out of our country that don't belong here because they snuck into the country and they did some horrible things. You would think that, yeah, that's a good thing. Send the bad people who did horrible things that shouldn't be here anyway out, right? They want to defend those people, but they don't give a damn about the good people that are just trying to make a living and survive. Well, and the thing is, Windrunner, I believe that right now there is grace, but I believe that it is fast running out. I mean, we did have some good news, and that is the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the president a couple of times. And what's interesting is Kagan, the judge that Trump put in, or not Trump, Obama put in, she actually, during an interview, said that the idea of judges being able to just randomly stop the executive branch from doing things is a very dangerous thing. So I think when the Supreme Court rules on all of this, even the leftist Supreme Court judges are going to be like, yeah, no. You can't have some rando from, some town somewhere just deciding out of the blue for no reason that the president of the United States is no longer allowed to, you know, do whatever it is his office to do. You know, you cannot have the judiciary branch stepping on the executive branch. And Thomas Jefferson wrote about it, and you can look it up. Thomas Jefferson warned that the greatest threat to the republic was actually a runaway judicial branch, because then the country would effectively end up being ran by people who were not elected, you know. And that's what's hilarious. I want to bring that up too. When people talk about, you know, no one elected Elon Musk. Well, no one elected any of these leftist liberal judges that keep trying to throw indictments, right? And the last judge that threw an indictment about some stuff, it turned out that he literally had financial entanglements with with an organization that's involved in the thing. So, and then the other one, the something Berg, yeah, it turns out his wife has financial engagements and connections with the thing. So, I think, and I could be wrong, maybe one of you geniuses out there can explain it to me, but I think the reason the Democrats are so pissed off about Elon Musk currently is because they are very worried he's going to find all of their bullshit, because they know that they are corrupt as the day is long. And that's why they're astroturfing Republican city hall meetings and council meetings and carrying on the way they are, is because all of these people who entered the job at 190,000 a year and then got $17 million over the course of 4 years, they're getting ready to get found out. I mean, they're already finding out a lot of it. A lot of it has to do with NGOs. Like even the video game industry was doing this shit where you go to the government, you start an NGO, then you go to the government and you show the government how diverse you are and blah, blah, blah. And because you're such a diverse NGO and you're working on bringing diversity and DEI to video games, the government gives you millions of dollars. And then you take a little bit of that to do the thing you're doing, and then you create another NGO and you go right back to the same exact group to ask for more money. And apparently some of these people have done this stuff like dozens of times, at a couple $1,000,000 a whack, to promote DEI in video games, which is, in my not super educated opinion, not something the government should be involved in. You know what I mean? And then, let's talk, since we're talking a little bit about like not politics, just life. They found out that Musk and crew found out that the United States Postal Service has been donating tons of money to NPR, National Public Radio. And it's like, okay, how's that work? You know what I mean? I mean, how is one branch of the federal government sending money to an extremely leftist, supposedly public radio station? You know, like, how does that work? Who allowed that? And then the other thing, the big nothing burger story that the left was trying to make something out of, but of course it didn't really work. The reporter who accidentally got dialed into the meeting. See, my first thought was, who dialed that reporter into the meeting? Exactly who sent the thing out? What's up, Squirrel Hermit? Because whomever that was, if they don't have a damn good excuse for having done that, needs to be fired. I don't care where they work. Right? And the latest rumors is it was probably somebody at the CIA, And as well, some of you may not know, the CIA is just crawling with insurrectionists, I would say. The same kind of people that tried to not give Pam Bondi the Epstein files. And hell, may have succeeded, honestly. I mean, have you seen the Epstein files list yet? You would think that would be an easy thing, to do for the government, Call up the people who have the files and say, hey, give us your list. And if they're like, okay, because you are the actual head of the Department of Justice and we work for you. So that should be, hey, what's up, Bear? So getting the Epstein list should be the easiest thing, like ever. We know they got it. It exists. Everybody knows it. but you have the CIA and FBI actively working against the Department of Justice to hide the Epstein list. Yeah, NPR, a long, long time ago, they used to be okay. They had this guy that would tell stories. And, when I work at our local municipal water, uh, department, a lot of times when I was riding around in my truck from one job site to another, I actually listened to NPR. But but it got worse and worse and worse. It got to where it was like I was basically okay with the slight hippie bent. I understand, national broadcasting. It's a bunch of overeducated, never had a job in their life, hippies basically running a radio show, right? A radio station, and begging, people to pay him money to do it. Now, why the post office is paying money to NPR, that's kind of weird. But like I said, it turns out that the fraud, it's all in the NGOs, because you can have, basically, it would be as if I had a cousin of mine create an NGO, whatever we could claim the NGO was, whatever, ham and eggs for breakfast NGO. How you doing, Bear?
Hey, what's up, man?
And then he could go to the government, he or she, it'd be Bear if it was a she, actually, and they could give the ham and eggs for breakfast NGO millions of dollars, and then I could get paid out of that NGO, and then I could also create my own NGO and go and get money for spreading diversity to the Republic of Congo. So yeah, and then the NGOs, let's say I have a relative that's a senator or a congressman, well, I can slide them a few, bones. And that's kind of the whole deal. That's the scam. It's all out in the open now. That is the scam. These non-governmental organizations are the scam. And it's hilarious too, because I was listening to this lady. She was some kind of politician from Africa. I mean, she had the whole dashiki and all that on, and the sounded Nigerian or Kenyan. She had that kind of thick English accent, and she was talking about all these NGOs that come to their country and promise to help them, and how they never get helped. Nothing is ever better. They never see any of the money. And apparently the Africans are pretty pissed off about it too, and whichever country it was she was from, I want to say Nigeria. They were like 100% behind the rooting out the corruption, because they're saying these people come over, they say they're going to do all this wonderful stuff, then they get millions of dollars from the federal government to do the wonderful stuff, but they never do the wonderful stuff. Prairie Home Companion, that used to be on NPR. That was good. Yeah, there was a time when NPR did have some decent stuff. You had the Jewish guy who always told stories about his family, and he had like a really soft voice, and he'd always be like, something glass. And I think that he literally, his show was called Looking Glass or something. Not like the band, but
Oh, Brandy, you're a fine girl.
Hungar can karaoke the shit out of that song.
Nice.
I kid you not. I've been at the karaoke place, and he was not even drunk, and he was killing that song.
That's good for him, man.
Yeah, well, because that song's way in his range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like you got to hit any high. It's just there's a port on a western shore, and it serves 1,000 ships, or a western bay, and it serves 1,000 ships a day. Lonely
Lonely
sailors
sailors
while
pass the
the
time
world.
away
Yeah,
talking about their homes. Yeah, it's great. For baritones, it's a great fucking song.
right, right. You don't really need a huge range. You just
No.
sound good. Now, my homeboy that passed away, his go-to band was always In Excess.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he did a great job of it. But that was his go-to band. I'll tell you what, we're in this English pub doing karaoke on like a Saturday night, and the tourists from Britain that were there, because it was a British pub,
Yeah.
like all the young British women would just, you know what I mean? As soon as he'd start with, oh, come over here. Dun, dun, dun. You'd see all
Exactly.
these British chicks just like losing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's be honest. In excess, though they're Australian, they were huge.
They're huge everywhere.
Yeah, yes and no. They were big out there. Like when you compare to how they were in Australia or in the UK, they were massive compared. Like they were as big in those countries as Duran Duran was here.
Oh, Duran Duran, though.
Like that's the
Yeah,
thing, right?
I mean, girls on film. Girls on film. I mean, Duran Duran kicked out like 5 banger albums in a row.
Oh yeah.
Back in the 90s, they were just like, hey, we're just going to put out like 50 number one hits.
Well, that was the 80s. The 90s, they started to fall off, you know.
Okay. Yeah, the 90s is when they did like
White Lines and
fall apart or whatever.
yeah, they changed. That was because the band changed, right? Because half of them broke off and became Arcadia, the other half became Power Station, you know.
Power Station. I remember Power Station.
Not, man.
But I don't know. I think my favorite NXS song is Never Tear Us Apart.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
I
I
like
kind
New
of like
Sensation.
the soulsy kind of.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah,
I like Suicide Blonde. I like New
right.
Sensation and Devil Inside. Devil Inside is my favorite.
Yeah, Devil Inside's good. Every single one of us, the devil inside. But I kind of like the somber kind of, how it starts out with like the organ, dun, 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 don't
Yeah.
ask me what you know is true.
Yeah, no, it's a great song,
Yeah, yeah,
I was standing.
yeah. You were there.
Exactly. Great stuff. I'm telling you, man, Gen X, best music. Just gonna. They
Yeah, well,
say
I
Gen
mean,
X
no,
had
no
great
one's
music.
arguing that.
It's I don't know, it's the best music, but it's great. It's good music. Let's make music great again.
Yeah, make music great again. I agree with that. Tell Taylor Swift to take her Nepo baby ass home. Let's get some talent out here. I mean, surely someone somewhere in New York has the talent Prince had back in the day and could start putting some shit out. You know what I mean? For a second there, I thought it might be Jamiroquai, but then he kind of fell off. Hey, James, newer sub, really enjoying your video stream. I think in the stream yesterday, you had some I do. Check out Victory at Sea Tabletop. Lots of fun. I will, and you may have commented. Someone else commented about it. If it wasn't you, Victory at Sea was mentioned. Right now, I am gluing some United States Fletcher class destroyers to their little bases. The Fletcher is my favorite U.S. destroyer, at least in World of Warships. It was pretty high tier too. It's like tier 9, but it's a good ship. It's a good ship. And I just finished gluing one of the most hated ships from World of Warcraft. Actually, I did like 6 of them. The Kitatami, which is Imperial Japanese torpedo cruiser that had 16 torpedoes to a side with rotating turrets. So, oh man. In the early days of World of Warcraft, people would like whip out with a Kitatami and they'd broadside and fire 16 and then S around in 16. And 9 out of 10 times they would end up killing someone on their own team. It got so bad that Gaijin, I think it's Gaijin that runs that game, actually removed that boat from the game. What's up, RPG Dad? How you doing? Because people were bitching. Because the thing the Imperial Japanese have on every other force, at least in World of Warcraft, I don't know if it's true or not. They claim it is, but I don't know. Is their torpedoes have like a crazy range. Like, you know, some of them might have up to like 15-kilometer range. But you have to remember, none of that shit's guided. So you got some idiot in a Kitatami dump 36 freaking torpedoes just willy-nilly out in the middle of the ocean. And then you got some other guy cruising around in a fast, like Japanese destroyer, not paying attention. And the next thing he knows, torpedoes coming in and one hit and they're done, you know. And yeah, that is the actual main strength of the Japanese fleet, at least in World of Warcraft, is their destroyers and their torpedoes are second to none. Как дела, мой друзья? Привет, друг.
Извините, мороженое, пожалуйста.
Yeah, привет, друг. See that? What's good, my droogs? I don't know. I was thinking about maybe later tonight going and hanging out at the Cordova Milk Bar. Was that the name of it? The Cordova Milk Bar? So me and my droogs were hanging out. Anyway, Clockwork Orange. I don't know why. I think it's because Stanley Kubrick was probably a Russian Jew. But if you ever read the book Clockwork Orange, a lot of the slang he uses is Russian slang. Even though the book is set in what he thought then was a futuristic England. But yeah, like his droogs and the name they used for milk literally was Russian for like cow or something. You know. Not the worst future, though. The worst future is definitely Aldous Huxley, Brave New World. And what makes that one the worst future is no one wants to escape it.
Yep.
Everyone is completely controlled and everyone's happy with it.
Exactly.
Except for the odd occasional alphas, and they all get sent to Iceland because this government is so totalitarian and so controlling that they don't even kill you if you're distant. They just send you like basically to a reservation for dissidents in Iceland, where you can study everything you ever wanted to know, but you can never leave. And if you want to live like, you know, a primitive, you can always go to the reservation in Southwest United States and do whatever you want. But it's the worst kind of prison because it's the prison that the people who are in it don't know they're in it. I'm on early or late because I haven't slept since yesterday. And the reason is yesterday, the wife said she tried to wake me up, and I'm sure she did. But I ended up sleeping till like 6:30. I don't even know why. And I mean PM. So of course, when by the time I got up at 6:30 PM, and I'm like, damn, I'm up early at 6:30 AM. And my wife is like, no, it's not. You know, PM. And I'm like, oh, what happened there, you know? So I tried to go to sleep last night, didn't work. So I said, we got to drive somewhere tonight and then do a bunch of shit tomorrow and then drive back. And I was like, I might as well try to stay up as long as I can and at least get, something somewhat, lined up. But it sucks, you know. So woke up this morning and the first song I listened to was The Red by Chevelle. And that explains the title of the live stream. And for those of you who don't know, because Chevelle is not a well-known band, it's a song about having like a huge amount of internal rage and struggling with dealing with it. And that appeals to me. As a fact, one of the people I'm going to have to deal with tomorrow or the next day is the guy that I threatened to beat to death like a month ago. And I'm still a little iffy about that guy, but I've promised not to do anything violent because, it is a wedding. So, we got to follow the Italian rules. And you know what? Like the whole, how dare you bring violence to my home on the day of my daughter's wedding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this guy's your typical, overeducated, never done anything in his life, thinks he can condescend to people guy. And I had to remind him that the world that he's spent the last 8 years in at university is not the real world. And there could, in fact, be people out in the real world who will beat the brakes off of him if they don't care for, his treatment. And I think he learned. But he's well, I won't say really young. He's like near 30, but he's of that generation that just doesn't understand, they think they can just say anything and nobody would ever do anything. Sleep is for the dead, right? So I got myself all fired up last night too. And I was on your mind. You were on my mind. I got trouble. Whoa. Hello. How you doing? Like, I think that's the one lady who actually watches my show. You have a wonderful day too, ma'am.
Ma'am. There's that southern ma'am.
Well, that's me madre.
That's your mother?
Yes.
Oh, well, hello, mother of James.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard wonderful
By
stories
the
about
way, if you haven't left the live stream yet, madre, or mama, Chosen, all of the seasons are still on our Prime, so I don't know, because every day she said she could only find like season 2, but we were watching season 3 last night on Prime, so we ended after Matthew reconciles with his father. So, and she says hello everyone. How is the weather up on the mountain today? And FYI, I just want you to know that I wish I was up there every single day. Even though we have a beautiful home down here and everything. Can't feel comfortable down here. It's too flat. You know, some of you guys might be able to, you know, feel that. But it's like here, yeah, the weather's nice. And when I needed work, I mean, Florida is the best because, I mean, if you live in the state of Florida and you don't have a job, it's because you don't want a job. You know what I mean? Sunny and cool. Man, sounds so good. But that is a thing about Florida. That's kind of a joke, but it's also true. It's like, yeah, if you don't got a job, it's because you're actively going out of your way not to. Hell, you know, if I wasn't as effed up as I am, I could probably find a job even now. I mean, it's not hard.
Good morning, Mother James Honduras.
Yeah.
Where is your brother, by the way?
He was in chat. He was in the chat, but he didn't join. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was supposed to join him on his show yesterday, and I overslept, like I said. And then I woke up and I sent him a message, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm in your lobby." And he's like, "Oh, the show's already over." And I'm like, "What do you mean the show's already over? You said you were going to start at 7." And he's like, "Yeah, but I was only on for a little over an hour." And I'm like, is that even a live stream? I mean, an hour? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, is he live streaming again?
Yeah, on Tuesdays. It's like you got to work on your live streaming stamina, bro. I mean, an hour? I mean, you can barely get anything going in an hour, you know? I mean, I'm not saying you need to be like It's a Gundam and live stream for 4 hours every, you know, other. But then again, I've live streamed for 3 or 4 hours a couple of times in the last month. Usually because, you know, I get involved in a interesting conversation and then I lose track of time and that's what happens, you know.
Hey, Cody.
Cody. Yeah.
Cody.
We're getting all the appellations in the chat.
I qualify.
You do. You do, because the Maritimes and all that up there are part of the Appalachian.
I grew up in the Gas Bay. The Chickshawks are the easternmost edge of the Appalachians, the northeastern edge of the Appalachians before they drop off into the Gulf of St. Lawrence and reemerge in Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you are definitely in. We got it. We got all of it. I mean, but I think we can. The Canadian Appalachians are quite as scary as, you know.
Oh, you would be very surprised. My friend, so where I grew up,
I mean, you got Bigfoots, right?
Well, more than that, they've sort of where I grew up. As you go further back into the hills, it's called ranges. So there's the first range, second range, third range, that type of thing. You start getting deep into those ranges, and you find like these communities of inbred people. You find there was a cult that hung out there for a long time, the Solar Temple or whatever. They had a whole thing going on. That guy Moise, the Children of God, he had his whole thing down there. There's some crazy shit going on down there, man.
Yeah. Well, at first when you said if you get back in there, you'll find a bunch of inbred people, I was just gonna say, are you talking about the Trailer Park Boys?
No, that's Nova Scotia. That's different.
I mean, I think they might count though.
Good.
I mean, Bubbles is okay, but that one guy's just dumb as a bag of hammers.
Probably not in real Julian, life. It was a Sasquatch.
You know the one I'm talking about, though, right? He always wears like the flame shirts.
Oh, that's Ricky.
He is just dumb as shit. And then you got the other one that's always got a drink in his hand.
Julian, yeah.
He's not dumb, but Ricky is just like insultingly stupid.
Yes.
I know people like him.
Yes. Give me a second. I got to murder a cat. I'll be right back.
Don't murder cats. It's bad luck. And I know that, see, Bear don't really care that much for H.P. Lovecraft, according to Bear. But he needs to remember that in one of the H.P. Lovecraft stories,
Yeah, I really don't care about which one.
killing a cat is like a death sentence in one of the cities in the Dreamlands. You know? But apparently Lovecraft was a huge fan of cats. Because if you read the Dreamlands parts of his books, which are really fantasy more than mythos stuff, like the character in there, I think it's Carter. He can talk to the cats. They can talk, you know. And every now and then the cats will like jump to the moon for some reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's super like it's fantasy. It's weird though. It's like, but it's not mythos, even though some of the mythos names appear. But it's not like you're reading one of his books and like, you know, everybody goes insane and dies. It's more like you're wandering through the forest and then you meet these fairy type creatures and you make trades with them. And then you go to a city and you do some shit and there's some cats. Did you hear that a Greek Orthodox bishop made Trump emperor? I did not. I don't think that any bishop has the power to do that, but it's funny. It's funny. I mean, you would think that one of the Orthodox bishops would have made Putin czar by now, but I mean, they may as well. I mean, the guy's due to be president until what, like 2030 something? So at that point, just put a crown on his head, right? He's been the president, like, he has been the president of Russia for so long. Like, I barely remember Gorbachev and Yeltsin. You know, and I kind of remember the Soviet Union, but it's really like an abstract memory for me. It's more like I was very young and we were worried about getting nuked. But do I remember Khrushchev? No, I don't actually remember Khrushchev. It was like, it's really fuzzy. You know what I mean? But, and Gorbachev, I don't remember him very well because I must have been 10. But then after Yeltsin pulled his basically coup to put Vladimir Putin on the throne, and then he immediately started throwing all the oligarchs in prison. Not that he didn't also take a big cut out of everything. That's why even Elon Musk in an interview said the richest man on the planet is Vladimir Putin. People think that Elon Musk is the richest. He says not even close. And that's true because Vladimir gets a percentage of everything that all of the fuel companies in Russia sells. He gets his cut. He owns stock and percentages of Gazprom, and you name it, he's in it. You know what I'm saying? That guy's probably a trillionaire. But there comes a time where if you've been the president for like 20 something years, you might as well put a crown on that guy and just and forgo any sort of bullshittery, let's say, you know, because at a point you got to admit you're full of shit. You can claim to be a democracy, but if the same guy's been president for like 2.5 decades, you're doing democracy wrong. You know, that's just not how it works. Compared him to Constantine the Great. Jeez. Well, you know, I've said this many times, George. The Greek Orthodox, while they are my spiritual brothers in Christ, sometimes some of them are a little weird. Like they put pews in their churches, and sometimes their women don't cover their hair. So, you know, I mean, I still love them, but I'm just saying. But yeah, I guess he can make Trump the spiritual emperor of the world, but anyone who doesn't care about it can just ignore it because, it's like, okay, there's some dude in Greece somewhere and he said that Trump's the emperor of the world. All right.
Believe for him.
Moving on, right? Moving on. What's for dinner, right?
In other news.
In other news, exactly. Is it funny though? Yeah, it's hilarious. It is kind of hilarious. It's like, okay. But oh man, my whole thing, and I haven't even mentioned T-Dog today, but my whole thing is just like I was saying politically, it's like activist judges are all getting smacked down. That's a good thing. And Tesla stock's way up. That's a good thing if you own stock in Tesla. And it looks like even the far left Supreme Court justices are going to rule in Trump's favor based on interviews I've seen with like Kagan and, where they're all saying that you can't have local judges stepping in and trying to tell an elected executive what they can and can't do.
No, that was absolute nonsense.
Especially when the thing that they're doing is well within the purview of their office. Like the president is the guy who gets to determine who can be in the military and who can be in the country, etc. I mean, that's not even a confusion. That's just 100% like the retard's guide to the Constitution. You know what I mean? And so you have some local judge somewhere who, out of the blue, just for no reason, decides, no, you can't do that. It's like, and like I said earlier, what's so hilarious about it is the same people who are bitching that no one elected Elon Musk, right? Well, no one elected that freaking judge either, right? And all Elon Musk is doing is looking at paperwork and saying, why is this going here? That's it. It's not like he's like in the treasury, stuffing a bag full of gold bullion or something, as if you could carry a bag of gold bullion. But you know what I mean. The guy's working for free and he's got billions of dollars anyway. So it's like, oh, he's trying to rob you. Really? You think Elon Musk is trying to rob your middle class ass? With your sending in $500 a year tax return, he's trying to rob you. Crazy. It's crazy. But it's like I said, the reason that the certain people are drumming up the violence is because they know that the reason they are senators with net worths of $50 million is not kosher at all. And they know that he's going to call it out, which he already has a couple of times. Like on X, he point blank said that Chuck Schumer needs to be investigated. So, an eye above the opening of the altar. Yeah, see, I don't know. Your dad is from the Gravity Falls of Greece. I'll tell you what, that guy in Gravity Falls for a cartoon, the pyramid guy with the eye, is maybe one of the most evil characters to ever be on TV. Like, I am a secondhand Gravity Falls guy because I had 2 young daughters of that age that wanted to watch that shit. But yeah, I'm telling you. I also had to watch the one where the young girl was a spy or some shit.
Impossible.
Yeah, and I'd just sit there and be like, ugh. Man, that was later on. And the whole time we'd be watching that shit, I'd be sitting there being like, I miss the Disney Power block. It was so much better than this. Your Darkwing Duck and Rescue Rangers and freaking the one where Baloo was like some kind of island jumper pilot.
Tailspin.
I mean, yeah, I mean those that was just classic good cartoons. And also one thing about Chippendales Rescue Rangers, a lot of people may not have got, is one of them dressed like Magnum PI and the other one dressed like Indiana Jones in every
Yep.
episode. So if you ever get a chance to watch that cartoon again, guys, notice the one guy's wearing the Hawaiian shirt and the other guy's got the bomber jacket and the fedora. It's like, and those also had addictive songs. Like the Disney cartoons had the most like catchy songs when they'd come on. Like as an adult, I still remember the lyrics of half of those songs. You know what I mean? The whole Chippendale Rescue Ranger, you know, and Darkwing Duck licks get dangerous.
I am the terror that flaps in the night.
Right? And then they did the crossover where you had like Tailspin McQuack went from one cartoon and become like Darkwing Duck's pilot.
Launchpad McQuack.
Launchpad, yeah. He had originally been in the Baloo one, but then he transferred to the Darkwing one or something. I mean, and then Darkwing Duck was somehow Huey, Louie, and Dewey's uncle or something.
Yeah,
He's related to him in some way. But anywho, yeah, that was the good times. And then at the end of that, the girls would always want to watch Power Rangers. But this was the original Power Rangers, so it wasn't horrible. Yeah, that one cackling she bitch always sending weird monsters to Earth to fight the Power Rangers.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember the character's name. I never watched it, but I remember she was always, people were really into her.
Well, the thing is, it's like, would I have watched it if I didn't have children that were like 9 and 10 at the time? No. But I did. I had 2 daughters. One was like 9 and the other one was like 10. So when they came home from school and got their homework done, guess what? You know, since I work nights, we watch cartoons. Is you know, what we did. And that was one of their favorites. And the other one that they had to watch all the time too was Pokemon. I've talked about that though. We watched so much Pokemon. My daughters were addicted to it. They got cards and everything, right? But we watched so much Pokemon, I can sing the damn theme song. You know, it like got drilled into my brain. And there was a time when my daughters were like in their early mid-teens where like we'd have these huge debates about where Ash Ketchum's dad is and like what in the hell is going on, and they had all these theories about some war and all the adult men died, and that's why the only men you ever see are either very young or very old, and you know, and I'd be like, where do you guys hear all this? And they'd be like, school. Be like, so my daughters are going to school and they're sitting around learning about Pokemons and the great Pokemon War. And apparently, did you know one of the Pokemons that's super rare can only spawn if a young child dies in a forest?
Dear God.
Yeah, it's a true story. It's like a spirit or a ghost type Pokemon. And the only time that they show up is if a kid dies in the forest. It's like that's a little creepy, you know? That's a little weird, you know? And also, do have cloning in Pokemon? Because like every town they go to, the nurse looks identical. And then they say that it was because they were all sisters. So, how many identical twins did that nurse have? Must have been 100, you know?
Well, yeah, there you go. Listen, I got to run. It's my lunch break from work. I got to get back to work there in 10 minutes. So I'm going to have a coffee and a quick bite to eat. was nice seeing you. Glad to see you're alive and well, and we will discuss more anon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And I hope you're having a wonderful day at your work.
Take care, boss.
Yes, sir. You too, Hefe. I had to make it ethnic because I live in Florida. East side? I don't know. Maybe I should just make like a shape of a penis drooping down, and that's the shape for Florida. Like, we are America's dick. Which some people would say is an insult, but it's not, because this is the state that looks like America's penis, but it's also the F around and find out state. So the fact that it looks like a penis kind of makes sense if you think about it, you know? Because if you're looking to get F'd with, or if you're looking to F around and then find out, this is 100% the place to be. Voltron. Yeah, the Voltron, but I mean, which Voltron, though? Not that I'm trying to be like a super nerd here, but remember you had the Lion Voltron, and then you had the other Voltron where it was like a fleet of ships traveling through space, and Voltron was made up of like 25 different vehicles or some shit. But in both of them, they were still fighting Drow elves that were creating giant monsters and sending towards them for some reason. Because like the evil prince of that world, I mean, that is a Drow elf, you know? Or Dro, as I think Gygax would have called them. I mean, they had, like, all of them had, you know, the dark skin, like purpley black skin, and the bone white hair, and, you know, so, and the white eyes, like almost pupilless or whatever. So, and they're always creating weird monsters. I mean, if you think about it, Power Rangers was just Voltron, except with a different name. And a few things changed around, but all Power Rangers was live action Voltron. They just set it on Earth instead of whatever stupid world that they were on with the lions or whatever, you know. Dun 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 dun. Yep. Now I found an STL for free, I think, and I'm really kind of happy with it. As far as for my pig-faced orc warband, it is a giant pig-faced orc cook. I know it's not focusing in right, guys. Sorry about that. But he's got like a frying pan in one hand and a big ass meat cleaver, and he's pretty freaking stout. He's a big fat dude, right? A girthy gentleman. And I could see if the players encounter this guy, he would probably be like a hit die 2 creature, maybe 2+, or maybe 3 even, right? But I think what would be the worst thing is he would get at least one attack where he could pull a Rorschach and try and throw that frying pan full of grease right in somebody's face. And that would be some crazy shit if he like rolled high and hit, and then like the player had to roll to dodge it, and if they failed to save or whatever, they get a face full of boiling oil and possibly go blind, you know, while a mob of orcs are out. Because let's be honest, if the cook's after you, you know everyone else is there. So I got some orcs. We are definitely 100% playing OSC Advanced in the Greyhawk setting. 2 of the players have never played in this particular campaign, so I told them they can make whatever like character type they want that's in the book that's not crazy. Don't make anything weird like drow or anything. and they could start at 5.5 levels, so 5th level and halfway to 6th level, which is still a level and a half behind everyone who didn't die. But it's where Hungar's character is, since he made a new dwarf after his human warrior got ganked. Well, he actually didn't get ganked. He got killed, and the only spell they had to bring him back was reincarnation. And he came back as a centaur. And then one of the air characters kept wanting to ride him. And it kind of pissed him off to the point that he retired the character, because he was like, no, I'm not going to allow this other person to ride me. And I'm like, I don't know. What do you care? I mean, he's a little thief and you're a horse thing. Why not? You know, I mean, if I were a centaur and I was in a group of adventurers and somebody's like, hey, can I ride you? As long as it didn't like negatively affect me, I'd be like, sure. Yeah, the Robot Chicken version of Voltron was pretty good. Early Robot Chicken was inspired, you know, but like everything, you know, to quote Sick Boy in Train Spotting, it's the universal theory of everything, which is at some point you got it, and then somewhere along the line you lose it, and you don't got it anymore. And that is the universal theory of everything. You got it, and then you ain't. And Sick Boy was played by the same guy that played Sherlock Holmes as a junkie in New York City for some reason, and had Lucy Liu as his like counselor for the first however many seasons. I know this because my wife was a huge fan and watched it. And which meant I watched it when I sat in the living room. All roads lead to Greyhawk. I agree with that. Greyhawk was the first published campaign that I ever ran a game in. And in my opinion, the basic Greyhawk Gazetteer, the original one that has the shield devices around the edge of the cover, is still the best Greyhawk. I mean, no insult. I heard the Greyhawk Grognard or whatever put out an actual book on DMs or the dungeon, wherever DMs can put stuff out on the TS or the Wizards of the Coast website. I heard he put something out there, but I'm not going on to that the website, so I'll never see it. You know, I mean, but apparently he put out a player's book. I don't know if he changed anything or what he did, but you know, I mean, you know how old school I am, guys. I'm so old school that I didn't even like when they redid like Greyhawk Wars. I think was trash. I think they went way too far, changed way too many things, way too drastically. Other people will disagree and say, "No, you're just a freaking old crusty grognard, and you hate, you know, any change." And I would respond with, you know, with all due respect, my brother in Dungeons and Dragons, you're probably right. You're probably right. I don't know if I could argue that if somebody made that argument about me and was like, you're just a crotchety grognard and you hate any change to the game you love. Yeah, probably right. You're probably right. I'm not going to argue the point. I mean, why? Why bother even arguing the point? They're probably right. Now I did run. Hey, how you doing, Slick? I did run 5E for about a year and a half, but some people would say I ran it wrong because I've got tracker on my when it does doot 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 doot, it means that probably my niece in Minnesota hasn't charged her phone in a while or some stupid shit like that. Let's see. Yep. My niece in Minnesota's battery is at 10%. And my cousin up in Pennsylvania, her battery is at 6%. Thank God my phone lets me know this. Thank God that this exists so that I can know when people that I barely ever speak to need to charge their phone. That is an amazing bit of technology. I don't know what I would do without it. I'm being sarcastic, and sarcasm is the lowest form of wit. So I shouldn't do that. Let's put that on the charger. So anyway, 11 of you hanging out with me today. If you have questions, throw them out there. Change is great stuff when it comes to diapers and crying kids in church, right? No, that I got that wrong. It's the two things that should be carried out immediately: good plans and crying children in church. I think is what they said. I know the Catholic church that Hungar goes to, they have a quiet room. It's like behind the normal area where the congregation sits. It's got like plexiglass, soundproof glass windows with pews on the inside there. So if you're a mom with a young kid, you can go in there and the kids can scream their heads off. No one will hear it. So, but I don't know. I think I could be wrong, but I think that was what's his name? The guy that wrote Huck Finn and all that. I kind of think he was the one that wrote the thing about a good plan and carrying babies out of a church. I think that might have been one of his sayings. It's a good saying, Not that we do it in my church. No. Kids run around and carry on all the time, and you are expected to deal with it because they are the future of the faith. So, yeah, we're not, generally they don't do that, but still. James and Chet, it's been good listening and chatting. You're chatting with yourself. Why? Why are you chatting with yourself? Are you short on your lithium, bro? I mean, because I'll chat with you. We can talk about these pig-faced orcs. Also, my Warduke figures. Since they're back in Greyhawk, I know I've got Warduke figures painted, I think. But I needed... Well, to be honest, there was room on a build plate, so I just threw them on there. But Warduke is a reoccurring enemy in my Greyhawk campaign, mainly because the Shady Dragon Inn, which is the source book that details Warduke and Kellic and all those assholes, I think is in Greyhawk, or at least I put it in Greyhawk. It might be in freaking Mystera for all I know. But, I also 3D printed, even though I didn't need to, some orc shamans. And of course, these are your pig-faced orc shamans. There's a creator on My Mini Factory called Warp Minis for the expert advice. Hey, like in Braveheart, Irishman has to talk to himself or God if he wants to speak to an equal. So, I mean, I'm only 4% Irish, but I do got an Irish name, so I can go with that. So I can definitely go with that. Of course, I'm surrounded by Roman flags, so I've got my Eastern Roman flag there. That's not a Roman flag over there. You see that a lot on Russian military uniforms, like dating way back, like from the Northern Crusade all the way to now. Like if you ever watch any documentaries or anything where it's showing the war in Ukraine, you'll see that symbol on the Russian soldiers' uniforms a lot of the time. A lot of times they'll put it on the center of their body armor as a patch. So I know a lot of you don't follow that particular war, and I don't blame you. But one thing did happen recently that I thought was kind of hilarious, and that is that there is a Russian unit taking towns in Ukraine, and their flag is literally a black flag with a white hand on it. So it's like these Russians are the Urukai. They've decided that they work for Saruman now. They're going into all these towns and taking them and then hanging the white flag or the black flag with the white hand. I mean, I could be wrong. That might be some like long traditional Russian army flag, but every time I seen it raised, I just kept thinking about, Isengard. Yeah, I was watching YouTube channel the other day I watched, and they were showing I guess a bunch of Russian special forces guys decided to record themselves taking a trench from Ukrainians. And it was pretty brutal, man. It was pretty brutal. It was Spetsnaz versus conscripts, and it happened quick. And it was like, it was like, well, that sucks. Let's all say a prayer for our fallen Orthodox brothers that were fighting for the Ukrainskaya Armia, but until somebody deals with that rat-faced scumbag that keeps sending 50-year-old men to the front to die for no reason. Unfortunately, it's going to keep happening. And as I've said before, and I know it's going to piss some of you guys off, and that's fine, the Ukrainian war, in my opinion, is being done the way it's being done by the West because they're just trying to kill as many Christians as possible. That's really what it's about, because the people fighting on both sides are Slavic Christians. And a lot of people around the world are not huge fans of Slavs or Christians. So if they can keep this stupid war going, which is really just a brother war, it's a civil war, really, more than anything. I mean, we can try and pretend that Ukraine's an independent country, but I'm sorry, I can't keep a straight face and say that. Yeah, the longer the war can go on, the more young Christian Slavic men die, and the people who are the enemies of those, young Slavic Christian men, they rejoice because the war keeps going. And unfortunately, only one side can control the peace, and it's not Russia. Because the whole point for Russia here is we're not going to have NATO on our border. It's not happening. That is the red line. NATO will not border Russia. And so that means the Russians can't just stop the war until the West guarantees that Ukraine will never be in NATO. You know? Whereas Ukraine could stop the war at any time. All they got to do is say, hey, we're done. We don't want to join NATO. We're going to, do our own thing, etc. But, but of course, the guy who runs the show for Ukraine, who is neither Slavic nor Christian, he doesn't care how many Orthodox Christians die in that war. I mean, he owns a mansion in Miami, and I believe also he owns a house in Tel Aviv. So when it's time for him to get out, he'll just fly on off with his millions or even billions of dollars, and that'll just be that. How you doing, Beth? How you feeling today?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, I just finished basing a shit ton of catacombs or whatever. Yeah, you got to think about Rome. That's the one thing that's tweaking me a little bit is my wife and I are watching The Chosen, which I recommend to anybody, like literally anybody. It's just a really good show. Yes, it's about Jesus and everything, but that doesn't mean that a non-Christian wouldn't like it. It's a great show. It's well done. The acting is great. But I keep thinking, those Jewish people are kind of dumb, with their constantly wanting to fight Rome. It's like, why can't they just calm down and become part of the empire,
Well, to be fair, I mean, the Bible's kind of filled with, Jews doing not so smart things.
Well, that's the Old Testament. The Old Testament is Jewish king does something stupid, God punishes him, but then his son redeems himself, God loves him, but then he F's up, God gets pissed, and just go throughout the whole genealogy of kings, and that's basically
or the start of
Kings. Does the leader of Ukraine claim he's Jewish? Zelensky is Jewish. He is a Jewish actor who used to cross-dress on a comedy show on Ukrainian TV. How he got elected? Well, the CIA put him in place. There was never any actual election. He was put in place by the CIA after we financed the Maidan coup, which we now know we did because of all the records from USAID being busted out. He's also backed by another oligarch who used to be a Russian oligarch before Vladimir Putin started throwing them all in prison. That escaped to Israel. And this particular multi-billionaire dude has been backing Zelensky and the war and everything forever. So, there's a lot more to it than just our CIA being involved. There's angry oligarchs that are mad that Vladimir threw them out, and, people who hate the Orthodox Church, which is why one of the first things he did is start oppressing the church, throwing priests in jail and shit. Nuns and stuff, shutting down Orthodox churches, trying to create a state religion. I mean, the guy's a really bad guy. The Young Pope, I watched it, but I think I only watched the first season of it. And then I don't remember if there was a second season. But you're talking about I forget the name of the actor, but as the Pope, he was always drinking like, Diet Coke and hanging out and stuff. It was pretty good.
I might just start rewatching like Real Crusades history stuff. I like that channel.
There's a YouTube channel where there's an actual history professor. Gary Con was great. You and your son went. Jealous. I mean, not really, because I'm never envious of anybody, but I can say I'm happy. I'm happy for you. I wish I could have went. I know a lot of people wish they could have went, but you know what the problem? The problem is I live in the penis of America, and Gary Con is in Wisconsin, or in that area anyway, and that's a long damn way away. Now, if you are like
away from where I'm at too,
yeah, but it's not that far.
yeah.
But if I remember correctly, Squirrel lives in the Midwest. Double D lives in the Midwest. I mean, if you were to live in like Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, you're basically right there,
Yeah.
But even Kentucky's not that far. You just got to drive through Ohio. And maybe some other place too. I don't know.
Last time I've been to Ohio didn't go so well.
Well, nothing goes well in Ohio. It's a horrible place.
Yes.
I mean, but if you ever want to get a bunch of lead miniatures on the cheap, drive to Cincinnati. That's where Iron Wind Miniatures is. And they make, they still do runs of all the old original Ral Partha D&D figures, as well as all the original Ral Partha Battletech figures. So, see, a 9-hour drive, that's not bad. That's like you wake up, have a nice breakfast, you hit the road, you stop at some point to grab lunch.
See, Europeans don't understand that.
Yeah, Europeans are like, what? You had to drive 9 hours to go one state away? Yeah.
See,
I mean, it's 3.5 hours for me to get from where I live to the
that's
border.
a long drive to them, and it's like for us, that's like, not bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. But like I said, it's almost 4 hours for me to get to the border with Georgia. And it's close to 4.5 hours, maybe 4 hours at least, to go to the Keys, which is still in the same damn state.
It takes me about 3 to 4 hours to get to Louisville.
Yeah, you live far from Louisville. It takes us about 2, maybe 1.5 or so, But we're on the east side, east side representing. Yeah. But 9-hour drive, that's cake. That's easy. If you lived in England and you drove for 9 hours, you'd be in Scotland.
I mean,
or the ocean.
We drove to Florida once. That was a decent drive.
Well, we drive to Kentucky once or twice a year. And that's like a 16-hour drive, 14 to 16 hours, depending.
Yeah.
But we always make a reservation halfway. So we drive 8 hours, then we stay overnight in a hotel and get some sleep. And then we hit the road the next day. That way. I mean, my grandpa on my mom's side, when he drove to Kentucky, he didn't stop. He didn't even like to stop for you to pee. And he would pack a freaking cooler and put it in the car, and the cooler would be full of bologna and cheese sandwiches.
Well, that's one way of dealing with that.
Yeah, so don't think you're going to stop at a restaurant or anything, because that shit is not happening. And you would practically have to be like, look, if we don't pull over, I'm going to piss myself. That's just how this is going, right? Otherwise, yeah, you weren't stopping. And he was a fanatic about his time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
he would brag and be like, I got all the way to Kentucky in like 12 hours, and shit like that. It'd be like, like he's racing or something.
Yeah, but I just felt like, yeah, I'd rather take a little bit of extra time and actually have like, a little break in the middle of it.
Well, it'd be different if I drove, but I don't drive. So my wife has to drive. Like if I drove, then I would sleep while she drove, and then she could wake me up and I'd drive the rest of the way. It'd be no problem, right?
Yeah, well, that's fair
But
on that.
but no. So um she's like got a membership or something with like Marriott, like a silver card member or something. I don't know. So,
But
we
yeah,
make reservations there. And a lot of the Marriotts wherever we go to like allow dogs. So we can bring our little buddy with us. But yeah. Uh me if I pull out of my driveway, my wife driving, and she's a great driver. By the time I pull into my mom's driveway, it will be 15 or 16 hours at least. Because once we get to Kentucky on 75, we got to catch 27 east and go all the way up through Whitley City and Burnside and Somerset and all that shit. I don't know if you even know where any of that is, left.
not off the top of my head, definitely. I don't really go to the east part of Kentucky usually.
What's hilarious is I looked up the population of Somerset, and they consider that to be like a big city in Kentucky, and the population's like 20 something thousand.
Yep.
And the town I live in, which is considered to be like suburbia, has 70 something thousand people.
You have more people than the big city, huh?
And the county I live in has well over 1 million. And Metro Orange County, Orlando, well over 1 million. And that's not counting tourists and stuff. So yeah, it's so wild to go up there and drive around and like drive for like half an hour and not see a structure. Maybe a gas station every now and then, but
that's the way it is around here.
Yeah, that's a stretch. It's a stretch, yeah. But if you get to Lexington, you can always cross the bridge. Just don't do it at night because the ghosts will get you. Yeah. And then you end up in Cincinnati. And I hope you like chili served over spaghetti noodles because that seems to be the only thing they eat in Cincinnati. But it's also where Iron Wind Miniatures are. And not only will they give you a discount on buying miniatures if you go there and buy it in person, but if you have like a ton of like flash and sprues and etc., white metal, pewter, whatever, from miniatures, they will literally weigh that and take the amount of the metal off of whatever you're buying.
So that's a good way to get them cheap, huh?
Yeah. So like if I were up in Kentucky, I might consider taking the 3-hour drive, 4-hour drive to Cincinnati, every now and then, just to, freaking not eat the chili because screw that. But
yeah, I don't even understand why.
Because Ohio is a strange place full of strange people.
Yeah, that is true.
And it's almost like it's 3 states, It's like South and West Ohio, pretty much like Kentucky, but like Northeast Ohio, I don't know what the hell they're doing. And then Toledo is just like the armpit of America. I mean, it's like, now I've been told by my father-in-law who works in construction that they're doing a lot of, as some people would call it, gentrification of Toledo. They're actually making it a better place. But, oh man, it's like Detroit, you know what I mean? The only way to fix Detroit is to burn that shit to the ground. Maybe move 50 miles away and start over again.
Put the big reset button on that one.
Yeah, just hit the reset button. That shit's done. You know, it's like Cleveland. There used to be the tourist videos for Cleveland. And like one of their tourist slogans is "We're not Detroit." Because it'd be like, "Come on down to Cleveland, under construction since 1854. Come on." And it's like, if you go to East Cleveland, better not stop or you will get killed. You know what I mean? It's like, the video is like, "Come and see a river that caught on fire. All of our fish have AIDS." Shit like this. It's like, the guy who made the video lives in Ohio, in Cleveland. And apparently, like, the Cleveland city government wanted to make like a jingle to try and get tourism to Cleveland. And this guy made this video, and it was like, but at the very end, it's like, "But the best thing about Cleveland is we're not Detroit." And then it stops for a second, and then it says, "We're not Detroit." And like,
Oh,
like,
that last part really sounds like copium there.
the guy's like filming Cleveland, and they're like, you see a guy ride by on a bike, and part of the song is that guy's probably got 3 DUIs. Come on down to Cleveland. You know, and he talks about this neighborhood looks like it should be in a Scooby-Doo cartoon or something.
No, so that guy, and so does like half of Kentucky.
Right. Well,
And
that
those-
guy's not a fan of Kentucky. The guy that did the Cleveland thing, he's not a fan of Kentucky. As a matter of fact, he did a whole video about how they should saw Southwest Ohio off and just give it to Kentucky.
Bullshit. No, we don't win it.
And I guess if you talk to the people up in Bloomington, they're about the same way with Indiana. Just saw this whole southern part off and give it to Kentucky.
No, we want to give them parts of Kentucky, not take one of
They
theirs.
already call that whole part of Indiana Kentuckyana.
No.
You can say no, but I was there.
Insulting.
And that's what they call it, Kentuckyana.
That's insulting to
To
Kentucky.
who?
To Kentucky.
Yeah. I will tell you this. I was in Bloomington for 3 days, and on the third day I realized I hated everyone and everything about Bloomington.
Exactly.
Or in Bloomington.
You don't even have to
Except
go
for the
there to
people
know
who
that.
went there with me. It was like, I hate this place. I hate everything here. The food sucks. It's flatter than Florida somehow. It's also more humid than Florida somehow.
How? They're supposed to be a cooler area.
And everyone in this town is a dick. It was like, I was just like, I hate this place. Bloomington, Indiana, I hate you. I just want you to know that. If anyone is watching from Bloomington, Indiana, I want you to know, I hate you. I hate you. I hate your town. I hate your stupid college. I hate the fact that you turned my wonderful niece into a freaking purple-haired hippie. I just really despise you. And, you know, yeah, we'll leave it at that. You know? So, yeah, little angst there. And I had to go up there to watch her get her double masters in bullshitnology. Because that's what she got her masters. She got double masters, and both of them are in bullshitnology. Yeah. It's like, I got a master's in working at Starbucks. Hey, University of Kentucky, go Wildcats.
Well, yeah, there's that. We do have probably a much better coach this time.
You know, like 20 years ago, Kentucky was like a dominant force in college basketball, man.
What was that? Was that Rupp or I don't know.
I remember the one year in the finals,
I
the
think Rupp was
championship
paper.
game, Kentucky got beat by like fucking Duke or some shit. And you would have thought that like everyone I met, you would have thought like someone had killed their dog. It was like the whole state just shut down in mourning, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
me,
right.
having never been a huge sports fan, I was just like, oh, that sucks.
Okay then.
And everybody was just like, I can't believe it. They lost to Duke. I'm like, okay. That was when that guy I kind of knew tried to sell me a case of AK-47s for $100 a piece, and there are like 8 of them in a case or some shit. And I was like,
Oh, Patino.
nah,
That's right, Rick Pitino.
I was like, I really don't know this guy, so I mean, I kind of know him, but I don't think I know him enough to buy a bunch of AKs from him. You know what I mean? Gotta be careful about that.
Yeah.
I don't like any of the hypothetical firearms that I may or may not own being known to other people. I'm weird like that. Which is funny because, I mean, I live in a constitutional carry state. I hang out in a constitutional carry state. It's not like I'm breaking any laws. I just don't.
It's more like it's a personal issue.
Yeah, it's a personal issue. Especially since when I leave the house, I'm always packing. But I don't want people who actually know me to know.
Just make sure it's not a CP320.
No, I saw that whole thing about them things just going off and shit. You and me watch Brandon Herrera, don't you?
Yes.
Of course we do. And Sig trying to be like, no, it don't happen. And then like just randomly. No, it's a Springfield Hellcat 9mm. It's the Hellcat something. So it's a super compact, but it carries 16 full-size 9mm rounds.
Oh, only costs $100,000 in student loans debt to be a Starbucks barista.
Pretty much. See, now my nephew, the one I brag about all the time, he got his bachelor's degree from Auburn. He went to the engineering school, and Auburn has a very good engineering school, right?
Fair enough.
And they started with like 100 students and like 12 graduated. And as soon as he got his engineering degree, he tried to get a job at a nuclear plant, but they said he needed like, years of experience, which he didn't have, because how do you get the experience when you're fresh out of college?
Yeah.
Right. So he went to the Navy and he's like, hey, and they're like, yeah. And they put him through nuke school, which he graduated, and OCS, which of course he graduated. And now he's a O2 on a nuke sub, and his job is to work with the other guys and make sure the reactor keeps reacting. So, and as an O2, he's already making like a shit ton of money. It's crazy.
That's good.
And they get bonus pay for being on a submarine.
Fair enough. It's probably terrible being on a submarine.
Oh, God, man. That's why I joined the Army, man. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like the Navy, they get to go to all the cool places and see all the cool shit, but you could also get ate by a shark. And I would much rather burn alive in the back of a Bradley or get shot and die, than have to bail out of a ship and maybe get ate by sharks. No, thank you. I'll take the horrible ways to die in the Army for 100, Jim.
Or having to drown to death because you just
drowning, you take that first breath and then you're done. But yeah, I don't like the ocean, and I don't swim in water if I can't see like all of it. So I'll swim in a pool. If I can stand at the end of a pool and see every bit of the pool, I'll swim in the pool. But you get me to the ocean, I might wade in about mid-calf. I ain't getting in that shit.
Yeah, me neither. I've been into, rivers or lake, well, not rivers, but, lakes or things like that. But no thanks on the other stuff.
Not even that, man. When I go down to the Cumberland River, there is exactly zero chance.
I didn't mean to say river. I meant to say lakes or, smaller bodies of water that you could still swim in.
Like a pond.
Rivers, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Cumberland.
Yeah, you can't swim in the Cumberland. That'll just drag you off.
That's 300 feet deep. Go ahead and jump in that shit if you want. I'm not.
No thanks.
And you see people out there swimming all the time, and it's like,
because
the Ohio River is on average about 40 or 50 foot deep. The Ohio River, but the Cumberland River is on average a couple 100 feet deep. And people have been killed there by catfish. I've told you that story a million times, so I won't bore you with it again, but yes.
Mad Cat, that's not always true.
My ex-brother-in-law loved serving on a sub. He said that if something happens on a sub, that's what my nephew said. My nephew, because I was telling him, I was like, I couldn't do it. And he's like, think about it like this. If we're at depth and a torpedo hits us, we will implode so quick that our whole bodies will basically atomize into a jelly, and your nervous system will not even have time to register that it happened.
Fair, but there's also the chance that the sub will actually just sink and you'll be stuck
like
in the sub. Yeah.
And you'll just be stuck in there.
Until you die.
Songs and waiting to die. Horrible, horrible, horrible.
I wonder what would happen first. Oh, man.
And to think that the Russian government, and again, this was old Vlad, would not let us help those sailors because they were afraid that we would use it as an opportunity to spy on their nuclear technology. And it's like, what a stupid reason, to let all those young boys die,
Yeah.
That's sad. And I don't know if you know this, but I'll make you a little depressed real quick. The American ships that were up above could hear the Russian sailors singing as they were dying. They were singing like, hymns and stuff. So
that's sad.
It is sad. But the Russian government refused to let us help because they didn't want us to. Time to be off. Catch you later, squirrel hermit. You go out there and hermit away, buddy. Not wrong with it. But because they were so worried that we might get intel or some shit. It's a miserable thing, really.
Yeah.
But that's people are stupid. Not the sailors, obviously, but the people who thought it was better to let them die than get them out. Pride, yeah. Well, that is one thing that we all can accept about Russia. From the beginning of Russia in 980 to now, they are very proud. And they're very stoic. They're not the kind of people. It's like they would rather freeze to death in the woods than ask help from somebody that's not like.
I almost feel like it's more stubbornness than stoic.
It is. There's a famous Russian saying that you don't enjoy life, you endure it.
Yeah.
And that's really kind of it's because as a people, they've been through so many horrible things that now they're just like, F it, you know? I guess at some point during the history of Russia, they just ran out of F's to give. You know, they're just like, yeah, we don't care. Mongols burnt down half the empire, then, you know, the Germans, and then
Napoleon.
the Soviets, and then this and that. And it's like, you know, eventually they just got to the point to where they're like, yeah, we just do not give a shit. You know, everything sucks. We'll just drink vodka. Which, you know, luckily they've managed to bring the consumption of vodka down quite a bit. But yeah, it was sad. That was I think that was an Akula class submarine or a Typhoon. It was one of their big ones. One of the big ones.
I'd say not a Typhoon. I don't remember them ever going down like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Akulas, they are the deepest diving, fastest submarines ever built.
I would probably say it was an Aquila.
But they're also very loud. My brother-in-law, I'll still call him my brother-in-law, even though he and my sister-in-law split. He spent 25 years in the Navy as a submariner, and he said you could hear them on the sonar. They sound like popcorn popping because they have this weird, like their nuclear reactor is cooled by molten lead or some shit.
Okay.
It's like it's some kind of crazy thing that allows it to generate a lot of heat so that it can generate a lot of steam and et cetera, on and so forth, right? And it has that titanium hull, which the bad thing about titanium hull is they can dive really deep, but they can only do it so many times. Because the titanium will crack every time they go really deep. And it's like they can't really repair it, you know?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a bad design, I'd say, but I don't know what.
But it's a great design, too, because it's fast. It's really, really fast for a submarine. So, like, if you're out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and you get word that there's a carrier fleet somewhere, and you and, you know, wolf pack of Akulas are in the neighborhood, you can hit it quick. You know what I mean?
Oh, it was an Oscar 2 class.
Oscar 2. Okay, the Oscar was an old one too.
Yeah, that would make sense then.
I think the Oscar wasn't even a nuclear submarine. I think that was a diesel sub.
Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, they sold a bunch of their old diesel-powered submarines to China. Because I remember, like, you know how you always got Americans are always freaking out about everything China does. And like, China's got like 8 submarines now. And, you know, I looked it up and they were all like diesel subs that the Russians built in like 1950 something. It's like, that's nice. That's nice. One of our LA class submarines would eat that whole fleet alive. You know?
Oh, no. China has an aircraft carrier.
So, yeah, they never get near it. A Los Angeles class attack sub would catch them out and kill them at 20 kilometers. They wouldn't even know what hit them because of our, which the Russians have it too now, but the Los Angeles class has this technology where the torpedoes get pushed out and then they travel a distance before they become active. So enemy submarines don't see the torpedoes on sonar until the torpedoes become active. And by then, the torpedoes could be a mile, 2 miles away from the submarine that launched them. So, you know what I mean? When you're trying to figure out where the enemy sub is, and like 4 torpedoes just pop up on sonar out of nowhere. And also, they have the technology of where if they get within range of an enemy ship, they can self-guide, you know, because back in the day, they had to actually guide the torpedoes and they had wires. But these new ones, if you arm it, it goes after whatever shows up on, because the torpedo itself has its own sonar.
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy shit. And I mean, to make this more like a thing, I think if we ever get to space and there's ever space combat, it will resemble submarine combat way more than air combat or even surface
Naval.
vessel combat.
Yeah.
It'll be way more like submarines because, you know, you're dealing with 1,000 kilometers and you're trying to pinpoint what's what in the vastness of space, get a sensor lock, maybe chuck a torpedo at it. And, you
Although
know,
probably wouldn't
hopefully,
exactly call it torpedo then. They probably
and the
call it
enemy's going to have
torpedo.
counter torpedoes and counter lasers and freaking ECW and all kinds of other crazy ass shit.
Yep.
So, you know, the original 2300 had a war game where you played ships. And when you put your ships on the table, you put like X amount of basically black spheres. And it would be however many ships you have plus a number of extra ships. And you would keep track of which of the numbered black, you numbered them all on the base. And you kept track of which number was which ship. And until the enemy got a sensor lock and actually could figure out what the black sphere was, they didn't know. It was just a contact somewhere, you know, like every hex on the thing was like 10,000 kilometers. You know, these ships are moving so fast and they got all the electronic countermeasures and everything. Ex-German submarine sold to the Argentine Navy that sunk. Stretch marks on it. Yeah, I mean, if it was like an old World War II, like U-boat, yeah, those things, you know, they never really went that deep. They weren't supposed to. Maybe 100 feet or so. I mean,
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure how exactly deep those submarines could go, but it wasn't that much.
No, it wasn't.
You know, compared to a modern submarine, it wasn't that much. And it's not like they could stay under a long time because...
Nope. They had to actually, you know, gain air.
Well, it's not only that, it's that
And
they had to be above so they could run the diesel engines to charge the batteries.
yeah, they had that too.
And then when they went under, the batteries, you know, is what they used,
Would
but
run.
the batteries ran out fast.
Yep.
Babylon 5 Fury fighters? Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, will there be fighters? Yes.
Maybe. Pretty much, yeah.
But they would
work.
probably mostly be used as reconnaissance stuff or maybe like torpedo bombers in World War II.
Yeah.
So you would have like the big ship launch fighters at a contact, and then assuming they survive, closing with that contact because it's going to have all kinds of point defense weapons and shit. Then they might be able to identify the contact, signal back to the main ship what it is, and maybe fire a couple of torpedoes. But like any kind of guns that it could carry would be absolutely worthless against an actual warship. I mean, and like I said, if we're talking space combat, I mean, as soon as those fighters start getting close, they're going to start getting hit by lasers and every other thing. And a fighter simply cannot dodge a laser. That's just, yeah, there'll be drones. It'll be drones. Because, you know, lasers and the whole speed of light thing, if you're within so many, however many kilometers, it's not like you could ever dodge a laser. It really is a point and click interface. You know, you put the X on the target and you hit the fire button, target goes, because, you know, there's zero time lapse. Now, if you're trying to fire a laser at an enemy target 150,000 kilometers away, there's going to be some time lapse. But even then, it's not going to be that much. And the drones they'll be shooting at each other will probably be about the size of a U-boat from World War II. They'll be massive. You know, they'll almost be like fighter crafts in and of themselves. like 100 displacement tons and shit like that. It'll be wild, man. But yeah, dogfights and stuff, no, probably nothing. Even though, like, I agree with you, there might be a place for small craft. There won't be dogfights.
It's not going to be like Battlestar Galactica or Star Wars.
No, it won't be a Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica kind of thing. No. It'll be more like Traveler. And in Traveler 2300, like one of my favorite ships to play in the war game was the USS Kennedy class, which was an American-made ship, and it was a missile cruiser. So the only kind of laser or mass driver weaponry it had on it was all PDF stuff. It was all self-defense stuff. And it had a really, really, really advanced electric countermeasures suit and sensor suite. Suite. And then it just carried shit tons of long-range missiles with nuclear warheads. So when this thing would pop in on an enemy, the first thing was the sensors and drones. And then if they got a lock, they would just spam nukes at it until it vanished. And I think the Kennedy class missile cruiser carried like 100 nuclear missiles. And otherwise, everything else on the ship was designed to keep it from getting hit by the enemy. More like Ender's Game. Yeah, but Ender's Game was kind of like submarine combat, but with drones involved.
Heck, I mean, Star Trek was a lot like, more like a sub show than a
classic Star Trek, especially like the one where they're hunting that Romulan ship.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking of. The old school,
and it's straight up just submarine combat shit.
Yep.
And eventually Spock figures out a way to trace it by its plasma drives or some shit, which is basically like an American destroyer, using sonar to pick up, wake or something. I don't know. But yeah. In Traveler, originally they had fighter aircrafts, but they were only designed really to fight other fighter aircraft, and generally in atmosphere. So they were like almost like Aerotech. They could launch off of the starship, but then go into the atmosphere to support infantry and stuff. But
which would make sense, I guess. But
I mean, a 15 or 20 displacement ton fighter just literally cannot carry weapons big enough to deal with a 10,000 displacement ton battleship.
Yeah, no, okay.
They just literally don't have a weapon that can touch that thing. And that's before you talk about the fact that it has 100 weapon bays, all devoted to defending itself from anything getting within 10,000 kilometers. So it's like you're in a fighter wing trying to close and engage with this thing, and you're facing 300 pulse lasers as soon as you get within range. And it's like, nah.
Even with railgun technology, 10,000 ton displacement ship getting destroyed by that probably is a bit of a stretch.
Right. And how they kill each other is, again, nukes, generally speaking. Even though some of the bigger ships have spinal mount cannons, which is a mass driver or an energy weapon that's so big that they literally built the ship around it. And then we're talking 100 kilometers away, this thing will try to get a lock and point directly at the enemy ship and fire this thing. And if it hits, it's going to be bad times. Especially because, like in Traveler, they got like fusion weapons, and how they kill you is it's literally just shoots radiation in a beam. So if it hits your ship, it just irradiates the whole ship. People start dropping dead. But I mean, they also have mass drivers and stuff like that. even in like I don't know, Mad Cat, have you ever played Battlefleet Gothic at all? Nah, it'd be too much of a pain in the ass to get it. I was looking at my Battlefleet Gothic fleet up there. Like in Battlefleet Gothic, fighters are kind of cool, but the main thing you use fighters for is to defend your ships from bombers. Because if you send a wing of fighters versus like a cruiser or a heavy cruiser or something like that, they'll just get ate alive by point defense weapons. And then how these big ships kill each other are massive spinal mount weapons, or
that cat only plays BattleTech.
Oh, okay. Or in the case of Chaos and Imperial ships, they have macro cannons mounted broadside. So they'll get within 100 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers of each other and start firing these cannons that are literally firing rounds that are like bigger than my house at each other. Boom, 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 boom. You know, and of course, it's like you got to judge where the enemy ship will be, because it takes a while for those rounds to go across. But if you do hit an enemy ship with a side, you know, a broadside of macro cannons, they're going to be wrecked, because void shields and shit like that will not stop, you know. Yeah, kind of like a railgun. Exactly. Except like the Mars class or Slaughter class ship has like 20 of them on each side. And then on the front, they have like a spinal mount gun, which is more like some kind of crazy gigantic laser weapon or something. Like some of them, the laser weapons, they're not pulse lasers. They'll literally cut something in half, like a phaser. You know, they're like cut an enemy ship right in half. And then others have like
It makes me think of the Reaper's beam weapon that they use.
right. And then other ships in Battlefleet Gothic, their spinal mount weapon, when you target an enemy ship, and if you miss, it still causes a massive explosion in space that's like hundreds of kilometers across. And so in the game, because the way ships maneuver is so kind of, well, it's not like you think it would be. You can fire at enemy ships and drop a bunch of those templates on the table. Say you miss the ship, but then on your opponent's turn, their ship can be forced to have to move through that. And then, you know, get wrecked because they're moving through this giant fusion storm, you know. But yeah, really, if you have a lot of, like, there's one of the class of Imperial ships I really like. It carries like a bunch of wings of fighters and then a couple wings of heavy bombers. And I usually deploy the fighters as a screen around my fleet, just to make sure nobody tries to pull any shenanigans with me with their bombers, you know.
No sneaky bomber attacks, huh?
Because the bombers can really hurt you. They're heavy bombers. They're big ships that have like 6-man crew, and they launch torpedoes. That's not a thing. I mean, if you have a whole flight of bombers come in and you don't knock any of them out and they get their torpedoes off, you're talking about 6 torpedoes coming at you. You know, that's not a good time. You know,
You're going to have a bad day.
Roll PDFs to see if you can knock that down. And if you roll really good, you might destroy all the torpedoes or just take one torpedo hit. But in Battlefleet Gothic, if you take a torpedo hit, there's always a chance of a crit. You know, like you might be doing 100% fine and then catch a torpedo hit to your reactor, at which point, you know, the ship just goes up in a nuclear fireball. So
hopefully it's not close enough to any other ship on that one.
That is a fact. Now, fighters can harass your enemy corvettes and stuff. Like the really small escort type ships. Yeah, they kind of want to stay near the big boys because if they get out there freelancing, as we would call it in the fire department, and a fighter wing gets on them, they can get wrecked because they don't have the PDFs to really stop it. And they're basically not much bigger than the fighter anyway. You know what I mean? Pretty much it's a frigate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in World War II, a dude literally sunk an enemy frigate with a Euchre, a Stuka.
A Stuka.
Yep. But it was the Stuka that didn't carry bombs. It had like a 20 millimeter gun mounted on it.
Oh.
Had a big cannon mounted on it.
Yeah,
but
so
it only
it's basically
had
the
10
anti-tank
rounds in the cannon. And this pilot in question was an ace, but he also had like tons of tank kills because he was so accurate with his Stuka that he could take out like an IS-1 because he was so accurate he could put a round between the turret and the hull where the turret ring is and just blow right through it. Plus, tanks tend to have weak armor on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy just go up and dive down on a Russian tank. He was on the west or eastern front, excuse me, most of the war, if not all of it. And he just dived down and put a few HE rounds right through the roof of a T-34 or something, or the engine deck, and that'd be the end of it. That'd be it. But at one point, they say he destroyed a Russian destroyer. That was like in harbor or near shore or something, and he just flew up on it and strafed down it. And Rudel, that might have been his name, yeah, Max Rudel or something like that.
Yeah, Rudel.
And so he literally destroyed a Russian ship. And you can do that in Battlefleet Gothic if you really want to. You got a wing of fighters out there, and you see one of the small little escorts out there. If it gets too far away from the big boy, hit it. You'll take it out. Because the only thing they exist for is to lob a few torpedoes here and there and to die. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's all. Because you got your big. Say you got your battleship, and then you got your heavy cruisers, and some of your heavy cruisers are probably carriers, right? And then you have your 3-ship squadrons of escorts. And there can be there's like 10 different kinds of escort. And the enemy will be basically the same. And the escorts, they maneuver well and they're fast, but they can't take a hit. If they get hit by the broadside of a cruiser or a heavy cruiser or a battle cruiser, they're done. Or a bomber wing will just wreck a whole squadron of them, and then, of course, the orcs just build ships by strapping engines to asteroids and guns all over it. And they call them orc rocks. And that's one of their big warships. It's just a giant asteroid with engines and guns just bolted to it. So they're really hard.
So it does.
Yep. And they also have another kind of ship, the orcs do, and the only thing this ship does is board enemy ships.
That is funny that the orc technology is basically whatever they believe in.
Well, one thing is, and this is something the Imperium knows, is that the orcs, for whatever reason, are like light years ahead of the Imperium when it comes to teleportation and force field technology. And no one in the Empire actually knows why this should be, but it is a fact.
That's because they believe they can teleport, so they can.
No, it's not. The belief thing does work a little bit, but no. For whatever reason, orc technology, when it comes to force fields and teleportation, is just way better than Imperial technology. And yes, it has nothing to do with them believing it should work. It works. It's the way it is. And so when orcs don't have a spaceship and they want to travel from one world to another world to go on a WOG, they'll wait till an asteroid or a meteorite is moving through the system, or a space hulk, and they will just jump on it. They will teleport on the asteroid, immediately set up a force field with atmosphere, and then start mining into it and building engines and shit like that. And, because the mech boys, they know how to do shit, even though no one ever told them how to do shit. Because it was in their genetics when they were made. The blueprints to all the weapons they were ever going to use were put in their DNA. So every now and then, a random orc will be hanging out, picking his nose or something. And then all of a sudden, he'll get hit with a flash of lightning and he'll know how to build a bunch of shit. And he'll become a mech boy. There is no rhyme or reason to any of it. It just happens.
For the orcs, that's usually true. I mean, they don't seem to have any reasoning for anything. It's just they can.
Yep. It just happens. They're hanging out, and then all of a sudden, one of them's a mech boy. And then the mech boy decides he wants to build a bunch of gargants. So he'll start building gargants with his runts because, every mech boy immediately has to recruit a bunch of runts. And then every orc that walks by will feel a compulsion to help the mech boy build whatever he's building.
Crap.
And it's like a compulsion that they cannot resist. You know what I mean?
How do I get this over now? Oh, there.
And that's the orc psychic ability you were talking about. It's that weird compulsion where the mech boy's starting to build gargants. So all of a sudden, every boy on the planet feels a weird compulsion to drive from wherever they are to wherever the gargants are being built and lend a hand building them. And then after the gargants are built, they start building giant rockets to put the gargants in so they can launch the gargants to wherever they want to go. And at that point, the more orcs that show up to help, it generates this weird mental field that attracts more orcs. So the orcs, they kind of grow exponentially. The orcs are the only ones in the 40K universe that are having fun, except maybe the dark elves. But let's be honest, you don't want to be a dark elf. You don't want to have that kind of fun. That's not the kind of fun you want to have. That's the kind of fun like that song I think Three Dog Night did, Mama told me not to come. Unless you think it's fun to skin people slowly alive and wear their face for a mask, then yeah, Dark Elf might just be your gig, man. But they
doesn't sound particularly fun.
The Dark Elves are the only actually truly evil race in 40K. I mean,
yeah, I can see why.
And maybe the demons, but the thing is, the demons do a bunch of effed up stuff because, they're chaos and they worship demons, right? The Dark Elves do all this effed up stuff because they want to. You know what I mean? It's not like they're trying to make sacrifices and appease their demon lords or whatever. They just really want to do all the evil shit. And that's kind of the thing, Meanwhile, as you guys were both saying, and you're 100% correct, the orcs, they're just having a good time. They're not overthinking anything. They're not really worried about much. They're just kind of having a good time. And then on top of that, even though the orcs are capable of incredible cruelty, at the same time, if an orc warband arrives at your planet and whips your ass and you surrender, as often as not, they will let you live and put you to work making stuff for them. And they'll leave a couple of orc governors there to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't try to be shady gits. And they'll tell you that they will send a ship back every however often. And when that ship arrives, you better fill the hull of it with ammo, guns, whatever. And as long as you do that, guess what? You're A-okay. You're going to be fine. If you don't do that, then the orcs are going to take it that you need another kicking to remind you what your place is in the whole thing, which is obviously, doing what the orcs say. I mean,
Hey,
that's why, like, someone earlier mentioned Gorka Morka. Like on Gorka Morka, there are humans that actually have adopted orc culture. And the orcs call them digger knobs and stuff like that. But they're like what's left from an imperial, like the Empire sent some archaeologists or something to the world to try and figure out what the hell was going on there or something. And these guys are what's left. And they ended up adopting orc culture, and they dress like orcs, they talk like orcs, they compete in the great.
I gotta go. I'll see
you. You gotta go?
Yep.
See it. So, I mean, it's not like the orcs are out to actually, you can't even say the orcs are out to genocide everyone, because they're really not. They just, mostly they just want to fight. That's mostly what an orc wants. And that is why, since I'm opining about 40K right this second, that is why the third god that the orcs revere is the Emperor. I mean, they like Gork and Mork. Crafty and brutal, brutal and crafty, obviously. But they also highly respect the Emperor of Mankind. Oh, the weird boys? Yeah, poor guys. They're just walking along one day, minding their own business, and the next thing you know, they can explode people's brains. And they're all like, what in the F just happened here? And of course, the other orcs, chain them up and use them as pretty much living weapons, because that's what orcs do. But yeah, the orcs are very fond of the Emperor, and in their own weird way, they're very fond of Space Marines. And by very fond, I mean they seek out Space Marines to fight, because they believe that only the Space Marines are really worthy opponents. Like a bunch of weedy hoomies. I mean, some of them might put up a big fight. Like they pretty much made a hero out of old Belli, because of how bad he put a beating on them at Armageddon. But because that's just orc culture. It's like if you whip their ass, they like you. I mean, they want to kill you, but they like you. You know what I mean? Yeah, they were designed by the great old ones, or the Slan, or whatever we're calling them this week, specifically to brute force the Necrons. And the Eldar were also created by the same creators to be a highly psychic race, again, to screw over the Necrons. Because it was all about screwing over the Necrons at that point. It's like, yep, I'm going to screw up some Necrons. And of course, the original orcs were like, 20 feet tall, wore power armor. But over time, they gradually devolved into the orc you see in 30 and 40K. How the old ones, Slan, whatever it is this week, did leave the blueprints for all of their fancy weapons embedded in the orcs' DNA, like I said, because they knew. Oh, okay. Looks like we're still going. Because they knew that the orcs were going to eventually, get stupider. So they made sure to hardwire the technology. And of course, the Eldar, for their part, they ruled the galaxy for thousands upon thousands of years until they decided to turn into a bunch of degenerate F heads and inadvertently blow up half of the freaking galaxy and almost make their entire species extinct. The Necron flyers, the like V shape, or not V shape, the sickle shape things. Yeah. Hungar had a Necron army, but I'm probably going to end up selling it. He also has an Eldar army that's part Craft World, part Dark Eldar. Because the last edition we played seriously, you could do that. If you played the Eldar, you could mix and match the different factions or whatever. But we're never going to play 40K again. Yeah, the Dark Elves, the Drukhari. That was all of the Elder, though. It was only the ones that saw what was coming. The Exodites left first, and then after the Exodites, the Craft Worlds left. But even some of the Craft Worlds got destroyed when Bone White orcs with deep shadow inking. Yeah, right. Or is that your Necron army? I liked second, third, fourth edition. Those were all pretty good editions. The last edition I would say that I actually thought was worth the damn was probably seventh. And then after seventh, it was just straight downhill from there, in my opinion. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people will disagree, but so because I am a 40K nerd, instead of totally quitting 40K, I quit 40K, but I continued to play 30K. So I have a rather massive Legion 9 Blood Angels army, which is pretty crazy because during that period, I mean, there's no successors. So there's no Flesh Terrors, there's no Lamenters or any of that, Angels in Carmine or whatever. It's just straight up Blood Angels. Third company, fourth company, fifth company, 10th company, whatever. The Rogue Player RPG, I have it. That's one of the other things that I've actually put up for sale is all of my Fantasy Flight 40K. And I'll probably end up selling both of my editions / copies of Wrath and Glory too, because the fact of the matter is those are not games we will ever play. We did play Wrath and Glory for a while, but most of my players in my home game do not like 40K at all. So I basically had to be like, look, this is what we're playing, and make characters for them based on what they said. And then we played, and the game went really well, but they were all like, yeah, we don't want to play any more of that. And I was like, why? You guys did great, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no, it's too dark. We don't like 40K. And I was like, oh, man. All right, let's see what's going on here. That was weird. Like I got kicked out of my own stream and then it wouldn't let me rejoin. I had to like still got my box of Emperor's Fist Tank Company with 20 tanks unopened from a long time ago. 10 tanks. Overkill Joe, are you talking about Epic 30K or are you talking about actual full size 30K? I mean, I have an Imperial Guard army that's got 10 Lehman Russ tanks in it. I'm filling my water. Think about your answer before I get back, which won't be long. Guilty pleasures. Open up. I want more. You guys are just sitting there staring at my table. There's a movie you can watch on YouTube, and I highly suggest you do. Damn, yeah. For my Blood Angels, I've got about 10 rhinos, a Vindicator, 2 Sicariuses, one of the really heavy, what's it called? A Kratos or whatever, the big tank, and then a couple of Predators and 2 Land Raiders. But I bought all that crap. I'll never use it in an actual game, because last time I played a game against anybody, we used 1-page rules anyway. But given the choice of taking the super heavy tank or Sanguinius, I've got my Sanguinius up there. I'll take Sanguinius every time. Because that dude will whip across the battlefield and beat the shit out of a tank, And then my opponent will be like, damn, I paid all these points for a Baneblade and just got wrecked by the Angel. And I'll be like, yep, that's what happened. Because you don't mess with the Angel. That's just the rule. And then I've got like a 10-man squad of dudes with like sniper bolters. Just to be extra, spicy to my opponents. And bunch of Terminators, because why not? Why not? And I've got like all 3 kinds of Terminators. I've got Tartarans, Cataphracti, and the Tactical Dreadnought armor Terminators. So, but yeah, for my 40K Imperial Guard army, which I will be selling as soon as I get word back from the guy on Facebook Marketplace, I have 10 Leman Russ tanks, 6 Chimeras, and a Baneblade and a Valkyrie. And then that's not including the hundreds of, at least 100 still Legion metal, at least 100 Mordian Iron Guard, and then like 20 Catechins all metal and 20 Praetorians all metal, and then about 100 Cadians still on the sprue with heavy weapons and everything. Am I forgetting anyone? Oh, I'm going to keep my Death Korps of Krieg army. That was one thing I decided. The Death Korps of Krieg army was too much of a pain in the ass to put together. I've got like 130 of them bastards, and they're all painted and everything, so I'm not getting rid of my Death Korps of Krieg. But the next time I play them, I'll be using 1-page rules. So, yeah, it's like, okay, whatever. But my Blood Angels are all, for the most part, I think I have some right down here I can show you. Almost every single one of my Blood Angels is Mark III. But I do have a few of them in Mark IV and Mark V armor. And of course, I gave them the Blood Angels specific heads. You know how the Blood Angels and all the artwork, they have the kind of stylized, head that's like, there's almost no details on it. It's just like a bullet head almost. Like, here's one of my, let's look at him. Yep, that's a Mark III Breacher. So here he is. It's a Mark III Breacher, and when it focuses in, if it focuses in, you'll be able to see that I actually, that's a 3D printed tactical symbol right there. But the head and that tack symbol are 3D printed. And so I've got, I think, 10 or 20 of these guys down here. Tartarin. I think this is Tartarus pattern, and he's got his assault cannon or auto cannon. Even though the Blood Angels, one of their Legion specific things is they can exchange an auto cannon for an assault cannon. They're, I think, maybe the only Legion that can actually do that. And if you have a Predator in your Blood Angels army, you can replace the sponson weapons and the turret weapon, if I remember correctly, with assault cannons. And the turret weapon is twin linked. So basically, you can make a bow pattern Predator for 30K. Which, I mean, you know, that's pretty boss, right? But I haven't done it, but you could. So, yeah, you know. Right now, I am putting the main batteries, turrets, etc., on a Nagato, which I believe was a Japanese heavy cruiser. So, why? I don't know. I was making fun of myself the other day about how I'm like, I have too much stuff. I'm going to sell everything. And then the very next live stream, I'm like, I 3D printed 50 World War II 1/800 scale warships. You know, it's like, really? What am I doing? You know, I'm really the worst. It's like an old resin. I remember those old resin Bane blades, man. There was a guy at our local comic shop here in Orlando, the Cosima Comics, and he had one. And I was so freaking jealous of it. But there was a guy that also had like a Warhound Titan too. And I was super jealous of that too, because, you know, when Armageddon rules very first come out, you know, you could use, you know, because back before very recently, you could only use Bane blades in Armageddon. You couldn't use them in a normal game. And then they changed that, I guess, about what, 6th or 7th edition? They started making it where you could actually, you know. So, yeah. Yep. Yep. But he had a big Forge World Warhound Titan. That thing was like 1.5 feet tall. But oh man, the only negative with these things is the barrels are like hair thin. So if you practically breathe on them wrong, the barrels want to break off the turrets, which wouldn't be too hard to fix. I could actually get some fine copper wire and just drill it out and glue them in. And I'm going to end up having to do that. But, you know, and that's what the extra tough flexible resin is still will. So let's put this in. The good thing about this is if that what people suggested, you know, the games people have suggested for me to play, if they turn out to be really cool, I could transport both of these fleets in like one little box. So it would be so easy, as long as the rule book and everything is relatively transportable. Uh, you know, it'll be so easy for me to freaking box this stuff up and just take it anywhere. That's one of the things. Like when I talk about making fun of myself for having too many games. Well, one of the good things I've been doing is I've definitely been downsizing. So while I have been selling off all of my Games Workshop stuff, except my 30K stuff, the stuff I've been replacing it with is very small, very compact games. So, so at least I got that going for me, which, is nice. So this is nope, this is the wrong one, isn't it? Let me look here. Oh, that's not the Nagato. That was the Takao. I'm working on the Nagato right now. I was like, what is going on here? But yeah, so that is good. I'm just basically getting rid of all the big stuff and keeping all the, like, will I get rid of my Man-O-War fleets? No. But why should I? They literally all fit in a box about yay big, So it's not like they're a major constraint to space or anything. And also, Man-O-War is my favorite Games Workshop game. So there's simply no way I'm getting rid of that. I mean, will I get rid of my Battle Fleet Gothic stuff? No. Because again, it's all setting up there on the shelf in one little box. And that's like 4 fleets. Because I've got like, the Space Marine fleet, the Imperial Guard fleet, an Eldar fleet, and a Chaos fleet, But your typical game uses like 6 to 9 ships. They're not big. So I guess if I ever got into the mood to replace 30K, I could always start buying Epic, because Epic's 30K, and just get rid of all of my full size 30K stuff and replace it with what are they doing now? Like 12 or 15 millimeter? I know the size is much bigger than it used to be. I do have a couple of tanks for Epic. I have a couple of Sicarius tanks, I think they are, or not Sicarius, Macarius. Port Haven. Same way on April 1st, gonna back Dungeons, Lasers, Pirate stuff, probably all in. I bought 3 boxes of hell. I forget the name of the game, but do you see back there in the corner in front of my starship all those white cells? Yeah. I bought 3 of the 2-player boxes of that, which meant I got 72 pirates, 3 copies each of Blackbeard and Lieutenant Maynard, and 6 plastic sloops that can be done up as trader sloops, pirate sloops, sloops of war, whatever. And then in addition, because, that's the kind of guy I am, I've got a 6-rate frigate, a carrack, a brig, and a what's it called? A bark. So, I mean, that game looks amazing, but It's a game that, in order for me to play and enjoy, I mean, I've already built a bunch of the ships and the pirates. I decided to go with the English because I don't know why, but I gotta wait for my brother to get better so that he can come down and visit, and then I will be throwing the blue 4x4 mouse pad material mat down, and it will be time to rock and or roll. For show, for shizzle. Yeah. Or I need to convince my other bro that actually lives nearby but works literally all the damn time. So it's like hard to get him to commit to anything because the guy works like, 80 hours a week or some shit. To see if he would like to get involved in a pirate war game. But I don't know if he will or not, He used to run Vampire for us. And the guy who made the smartass comment about Warhammer's too dark, let's play Vampire. Exactly. But hey, do not look for logic where none exists. And that's basically that. So, yeah. Of course, half of the people in the Vampire game, they play Vampire like it's a superhero game anyway. You know what I mean? Because half of them are still playing 20th edition Vampire. And then me and my brother and my wife, we're playing 5th edition Vampire. And we're all sitting at the same table. Blood and Plunder, that's the game. Yep. They had a sell where the 2-player box set was not 60, 50% off or some shit. It was under $100. It was like $90. So I bought a ton of them and ended up giving a couple of them away as Christmas presents to, like nephews and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it was such a good deal for what you get. I mean, I know I deleted it and I wish I hadn't, but I even had made a video where I talked about the last Games Workshop box set I bought was Indomitus, and it was like $300, right? And then, of course, Age of Darkness was like $300, even though it did come with 40 miniatures and, Terminators and a big ass Land Raider and whatever. But so it wasn't a horrible bad deal for that one, right? But then Blood and Plunder for like $89 with 2 ships and 2 crews and the rules and everything you need to play and a mat. It's like, and it's like, if you build your 12 guys the right way, there's like a generic way to build your pirates. And if you build your pirates the generic way, you pretty much never got to worry about them again. And the generic way, just in case you haven't read the thing about building a crew, is you give 3 of them rifles, you give 3 of them melee weapon and pistols, and then you give 3 of them a brace of pistols, and then you're captain. And if you make you equip your guys that way, you should be okay for pretty much anything. So that's kind of what the guys who made the game said. They're like, yeah, if you make your guys like this, then you're pretty much good for pretty much any scenario. You got guys that can do a little bit of everything, so it'll be okay, you know. And I took their advice, and that's how I built my guys, you know. So I've got some Buccaneers with muskets or firelocks or whatever they are that can kind of hang back and supply supporting fire, while my 6 guys with melee weapons can run up and try and board the enemy ship and whatever, you know. Because like I said, you know, 3 of them have like melee weapons and a pistol, and then 3 of them have like a brace of pistols, you know, and then you've got your captain, which I could use one of my Lieutenant Maynards. And the way I equipped them, it gave me enough points to upgrade from a sloop to a brig, you know, which is just a much better ship. Instead of small cannons, it's got bigger cannons, it's got more cannons, it can take better hits. I mean, you know, it's got like a larger crew. I actually got the cards here. Actually, here, well, no, this is the bark, and because I'm thinking about laminating these bad boys. I have a tendency of laminating pretty much everything. See, and that's the reason, because something got wet and the Belandra side of the Bermuda sloop got damaged. I mean, not damaged that you can't play, but you know. And yeah, I've got a Bermuda and a Belandra. The Bermuda, I mean, you know, it's not too bad. It's fast, at least. Unless you're going against the wind, then it sucks. But yeah, I also have, like I said, the frigate, the brig, the whatever. And I just need to stop being lazy and get my laminator out and grab. I've got a whole stack of like 3 mil lamination sheets, and freaking, you know, get that stuff laminated so that I don't got to worry about. And like an example, I can show you. Maybe I can show you. I don't know where I put them. Let's see if I can find them. Did I put them up there? Is this it? Yeah, this is it. This is the storage compartment where all of the games that I want to play the most live. And the others are more storage, but see, like the Empire Hellhammer laminated so that we can either use like wet erase markers or whatever on them, you know. I've got the original like cardboard ones around there too, but I kind of hate to mess with them, you know. So yeah. Hope chat didn't freeze up, but Overkill, yes, it was Blood and Thunder, or Blood and Plunder, yes, absolutely. And from the little bit I've had to deal with it, hey Shark, how you doing, man? From the little bit I've had to deal with it, it looks really fun. And it kind of reminds me of one of my favorite computer games from my, you know, storied childhood, which was Pirates. Sid Meier's Pirates. Good afternoon to you too, sir. I mean, Sid Meier's Pirates was just such an awesome game, right? So a miniature game where you could play, you know, a privateer, a pirate, whatever, was really, for me, a no-brainer. That was like, well, no shit, duh. I want in on that, you know, because who doesn't love that? And because I'm playing the English, I can take some pretty good troops on my ships, you know, like Marines and regulars and stuff like that. So, and my crew's considered to be professional or whatever. So that's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, Overkill Joe. We was talking about 40K and then Blood and Plunder, which I went heavy into Blood and Plunder. But then again, like I said, if you look behind me, you can make out there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 Blood and Plunder ships up there. 2 of them are sloops though, so they're little. They don't really count. But the brig and the frigate are pretty big, you know. Unfortunately, though, the frigate, to field it in battle, it would cost like half of the points you get allotted for your force. So, I mean, I guess I hope, you know, it's all going to be on the ocean. And unfortunately, you may not have enough crew to man the cannons, all of them, you know. So, yeah. But the brigantine is not very many points more than a sloop. Not too many more. So a brigantine or a brig, you can actually field and still have a decent crew on your brig. They say freak when you're singled out and the red, it filters through. The red is real. So these are Japanese submarines. Right? And I've got my American submarines already. I might have printed too many of these out. I've got like, I don't know, like 7 of them, but they're very, very small. So, you know, it's easy to like just hit the after you've got them well supported, it's easy to just hit the copy button and fill all the, you know, once I've already put what I wanted from the fleet on, it's way too easy to just fill the rest of the gaps up with these damn submarines. And now I've got like eight of them, you know, that I'm probably never going to use. I'm probably going to take 4 of them, not worry about mounting them, and just set them right there for a minute. Now those guys, let's hit the UV light on them again. But yeah. Know that the Marines started out as bodyguards and enforcers for the Navy's captain. Marines enforced order and discipline among the ship's crew and were ready to crush mutineers. Yeah, well, somebody had to do it, and it may as well have been the Marines. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, you know. If a bunch of people want to act up, you get your biggest, burliest dudes and you put an ass whipping on them and straighten them out. Hopefully they didn't do anything too horrible because, you know, I'd hate to think about the poor guys getting, you know, drug under the ship and shit. I mean, that's no bueno for anybody, but you cannot afford mutiny on a ship in the middle of the ocean. You absolutely cannot. We talked about that a couple of live streams ago when I was talking about watching the Mutiny on the Bounty, the one I think that had Mel Gibson in it or whatever, and how the more I watched it and the more I thought about the movie, the more I realized that like Captain Bligh was actually the good guy. So that's how they become leathernecks, huh? Again, makes sense. Yep. The Army kind of did the same thing, but not with the tall collars. It's the now it's like they're still on the uniforms, but they don't do anything. But like that shoulder board, back in the day, that shoulder board would be made out of scaled metal and go down to like this area. So the theory was if you caught a chop coming down, hopefully that would skate it off. But later on, it just become, what it is now, which is where officers decorate their uniforms and stuff, But yeah. It's kind of like how the actual military police of the World War II German army, their symbol of rank was a gorget that they wore, like right here. Captain Bligh was a true hero. I was just thinking, when you consider what he did, like he sailed a longship and crew with very little water or food, thousands of miles, till he finally could get to a friendly port. I mean, it really was an act of true mastery of being a sailor. I mean, like most people could not pull that shit off, but he did. He absolutely did. And I'm like, damn, man. And as somebody, like I said, who, even though I'm envious because the Navy does get to go to all the best ports and everything, and everywhere they send the Army basically sucks ass. I would never want to be on a Navy ship. I made the right choice for me being in the Army, because I would much rather, I said this earlier, I would much rather die from gunshot wounds or my Bradley getting hit by something and blowing up than having to jump into the ocean. I live in a state that is surrounded on 3 sides by the ocean, and I hate the freaking ocean. I absolutely hate it. I don't go out on fishing boats and party boats. I don't swim in the ocean. Actually, I don't swim in anything but pools that are small enough so that I can see every bit of the pool before I get in. When I'm in Kentucky, there's no damn way you're getting me to swim in the Cumberland River. It's not happening. That river is a couple 100+ feet deep on average, and I'm not getting in it with whatever else might already be in it. Not doing it, And if you want to blame somebody for that, well, blame my loving mom, because she was the one that let me watch Jaws when I was just a wee babe. And man, I never got over it. I think I was like 7. And she let me watch Jaws. And it was like, yep, trauma. Unending terror. I mean, Jaws scared me so much I wouldn't even like take a bath. I'd only take a shower. You know what I mean? Because I was just like, I mean, as a little kid, it really messed me up pretty bad. Like, there's just some things you shouldn't let 7-year-old kids watch. Jaws is one of them. The Holocaust is the other one. And I watched both when I was young. And people wonder why I have emotional issues with stuff. I don't wonder. I know. If you're a little kid and you sit through those that movie and that mini series, yeah, you're going to be messed up. You know what I mean? How can you not? You ever seen island belly dancers, Tahitian fire dancing women? Nah. Oh, I believe you. I believe you. We've had this talk, but I mean, I went ethnic a couple of times, and it didn't work out on both of those occasions. Well, ethnic. I guess you could say Puerto Ricans are ethnic. And I dated a Ojibwa girl whose parents or her dad was still living on the reservation in Canada. So that counts, right? An Indian. Yeah, that's the one that wanted to get married, but she also wanted to join the Navy. So I refused to marry her. That was a rough breakup because she cried a lot and stuff, but you know, I'd been in the army and I knew what was going to happen the second her attractive self hit that carrier because her MOS was working on F-18 fighter bombers, like repairing the ejection seat or some stupid shit like that. So, I mean, Shark, you know what I'm talking about. I knew what was going to happen. If I'd married that chick, we would have been getting a divorce within a year, and she was going to get ran through by half of the flight crew. So, or the guys that work on the flight deck, and maybe the Marines. And I just was not interested in that. You know what I mean? Because having been in the Army, even though we had no females anywhere in our AO, you could always walk over across what we called Pogue Row to the non-combat arms area, which was by our Popeye's Fried Chicken and the movie theater. And man, those Army girls, those barracks bunnies, they were getting ran through like it was their job, you know? Like, and interesting side note, no judgments here. No judgments here. But the first thing every girl does when she joins the Army, if she's a white girl, the first thing she does is sleep with a couple of black dudes. And then a lot of them, I guess, work it out of their system and stop. And then some of them, that just becomes their thing. I don't know why. I guess it's because they're young and it's their first time away from mom and dad. And they decide to, do all the shit that maybe they were forbidden to do when they were at home. And unfortunately, in the Army, that means, banging like 100 dudes at every post. It's like, I mean, we weren't allowed legally, like by our rules, we weren't ever supposed to have females in our area, but people were always sneaking them in to the barracks. And, even when I was an NCO, I wasn't going to rat anybody out if they were having a barracks bunny from, the logistics unit or something down the way over, I let that shit slide. Hungar, what are you doing? Sneezing. Still up. What time is it? 2:30. Man, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. If I can stay awake until like 8, that would be ideal. And then I could get back on that like 8 to something in the morning schedule. 9 would be better. Yeah, I'm having coffee for lunch. And I found out an easy way to paint my American ships is to use my Vallejo black game wash and put a wash on them and then go over them with like a Dove gray, very, very lightly, just to pick out some details and stuff. And then paint the base, an ocean blue. And boom, Bob's your Scudder, I originally had started painting them all with a platinum, or not platinum, pewter gray. Didn't care for it. I mean, using the paint was kind of a pain in the ass. And then the pewter gray, when it dried, it looked greenish, And I was like, that doesn't look right, So, yeah. So putting the washes on. White monsters make Hungar's heart go burr. I don't even know what that means. White monsters? What are you talking about? Look at this
I'm
guy.
back.
Welcome back, Eisen.
We took a bunch of junk to the dump.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's good. I mean, at least you didn't find a cave and just throw it all in it.
It was $26 though.
Well, that's not too bad. I mean, you're the one complaining about ribs, and like you pay like a quarter of like what we do down here. So,
But we don't make as much usually.
but Hungar, what are you talking about?
I don't know what Hunger was talking about. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And
Maybe
he's
just
not
wants a White Claw.
responding, so
Maybe he just wants a White Claw.
White monsters. Oh, okay, I get it. The Monster Energy drink that comes in a white can.
Okay.
I don't even know what flavor that is.
I don't know, and I don't really care for Monster, so I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, I drink Monsters, but I like the purple ones. And I also am a fan of the light blue ones too. I think they're supposed to be tropical or something, but I don't know what they're supposed to be, but they're all right.
I'm not much on the energy drinks.
Well, when I decided I was going to try to stay up all day, I drank an energy drink this morning at like 7:00. So
I'd probably just,
and now I'm sipping on a little black coffee, but
I probably would just go for coffee.
Sherman's, my Sherman tanks for bolt action were all just that Army OD green. And then I used a lot of, well, not a lot, but I used a bit of this European mud by Vallejo and some streaking formula to kind of age them up and put mud on the tracks and all the places where mud should be.
Yeah, again, for Sherman, it seems like OD green was its standard color.
Yeah, pretty much just OD green with a big white US star on the front and on the side.
After you drink 4 of those white monsters, it's like falling in love because your heart starts beating really fast and you start sweating and you get that tingly feeling all over your body.
That can't be good for you.
That is either a heart attack or a heart attack.
I know more about heart attacks than you do.
That's true. I've never had one.
And I've had a few.
Yeah. Why are you drinking 4 Monster energy drinks in like a week?
I'm not drinking any of them. I just think it's funny.
I mean, if you're going to drink 4 Monster Energy drinks, you got to throw some vodka in there too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're just going to throw your health to the wind, I mean.
Awesome. Thanks, Bruce.
Blackout coffee code on the website. Nice. Yeah, Hungar drinks Blackout. My wife buys Javalia because I think he's just spoiled.
That's what I've been drinking, the Javalia.
Yeah. Like me, when I worked at the fire department, since I was the newest guy for, I don't know, the whole time I was there, because it's not like they ever fired or hired anybody really. I made that freaking freeze-dried brick Puerto Rican coffee, Bustelo or whatever. Because we would take a coffee fund. Everyone would give money, and then there was a guy on each shift whose job was to stock the station with, coffee, creamer, sugar, peanut butter, like basic bullshit like that. And that's the coffee that they always bought. So, and I kind of developed a taste for it. So every now and then, if it's on sale, like buy one, get one free or something, my wife will buy that stuff.
I find it funny though about Blackout because a lot of people, I think, mishear somebody or think it's also part of Black Rifle Coffee Company.
Oh no, they were created specifically because of Black Rifle being full of douchebags.
I know. Like, but I remember one person you're doing in our YouTube going like, "This isn't Black Rifle, please stop being mad at me. I'm not supporting Black Rifle Coffee Company, okay?"
Yeah, because it turned out they tried the whole, let's do a bunch of commercials of us cruising around on golf carts acting like idiots, and then I'll say I'm a veteran, so I'm just like you, but in reality, we're a bunch of shitty leftists. And then when that got found out, people were like, you know what?
Nah.
I'll come right in their goat ass, as my drill sergeant Blyden used to say. He also called everybody goat smellers.
I remember the one calling everybody Nazis.
Not in basic training, you don't.
No, I meant the coffee company guy.
Oh, no. I'm talking about.
Sorry.
I was talking about
like Double D said, and like I said last night on my show,
me a lot.
Misheard you then.
Signed my book. So my basic training, whatever book that everybody got is signed by Drill Sergeant Blyde. And he's like, keep up the great work, blah, 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 drive on.
He said a lot of good things about you when we met him.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But he did say we were a bunch of goat smelling so-and-sos and whatever.
That's what drill sergeants do, though. Aren't they supposed to do that?
And left about the Nazi thing, I'm with Double D. I've been caught that so many times. I say I look good in a gray uniform.
See, I disagreed. When Double D brought that up, I said that I think I would look fabulous in black Hugo Boss.
Hugo Boss makes some really nice clothing.
They do. So,
all right, Overkill Joe. Have a good one.
Gotta run. See everyone later. So, yeah, if anybody's trying to guilt me about it, it's like, look, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Nobody ever called me a Nazi. They just call me a Russian bot.
And they've got the best boots in military uniforms.
Well, I mean, I don't know which boots you're talking about.
The hijack boots?
Yeah, those are not issued to everyone, dude.
Those aren't.
I would have.
Your average Wehrmacht soldier got low leather shoes and had to wear canvas gaiters with them to keep the mud out of them.
I wouldn't be an average low soldier.
Dude, they'd have probably already executed you when they executed all the like mentally damaged people.
I'm not mentally damaged.
Yeah, but you're like sick and unable to do
But I
anything.
wasn't sick when I was that age to go into the military. Now was I, bitch?
I don't know.
No.
Well, you gotta call me a bitch.
Well, you gotta call me a sickly person that's going to get executed by the Gestapos.
You know the rule if we were in prison, right?
Yeah.
The second you called me bitch, it would have been on.
Yeah, but if we was in prison, we would either be dead or just in solitary all the time from throwing hands.
I'm just telling you, the rule in prison is if you call somebody a bitch, it's on.
Yeah.
Right then. No questions asked. You never, ever, ever let anybody get away with calling you a bitch. And the same thing in the army, too.
The rule in prison is when somebody asks you to pass the salt to them, you're going to pass it through their freaking skull. I ain't your bitch.
See, I don't know about that. I mean,
Don't accept if somebody put a honey bun on your bed, you better leave it alone. Accept nothing for free, because if you do, that means you owe those mothers.
well, I already have a plan if I ever go to prison.
Make it federal.
What?
Make sure you go to federal. They get AC and private showers.
No, I was thinking join a
Down,
gentleman's club. You know,
down in a blaze of glory.
hang out with people, get to know all about different ideologies and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's the first thing you do.
You know, like roll in and be like, well, you know,
As long as you got good papers, you're like, well, you know, my family's very German.
you know what is crazy? The Aryan Brotherhood will take you if you're half.
Yeah.
You ain't got to be 100% white to join the Aryan Brotherhood in prison. As long as you're half white, you're in. You can be half white, half black, half Jewish, half, which I consider Jewish people to be white, but for some reason, sometimes they don't. But you can be like half Indian, pretty much half anything. And they're good. They're like, all right, you're in. But then you got to do work. And if you join that gang and you do work, it means you're never getting out of prison.
Yeah.
Because, like, the way you earn your way in is you basically got to kill somebody. And if you kill somebody in prison, well, if you're in Florida, then you're going to get the chair.
I was watching this thing on YouTube yesterday. They're talking about a firebug who was in prison. And normally that's not a bad charge, but he ended up killing the kid when he set a fire.
Uh-oh.
And there was a but the
Is
kid
it that one like burly tatted up dude?
yeah,
Yeah, I watch him on occasion.
the dude had hands. So there's this female CO who was just disrespecting people, throwing their kids' pictures in the toilet and shit or on the floor. And all three of the big gangs got together and said, somebody needs to take this bitch out. So they went to that little kid and was like, listen here, you can either take that bitch out or you're going to get stabbed every time you walk down the line. And that kid got a hold of that chick and they airlifted her to the hospital.
Beat the brakes off of her.
Beat the brakes off of her.
Yeah, I know they say that's the first thing you do when you show up in prison is have your papers ready.
Yep. If you got bad papers,
because the guy in your cell is going to ask you right off the bat. Let's see.
But like if you go into prison and you get put in with a white dude and you're white, the white dude asks you. But if you get put in with a black dude, the black dude won't ask you. He'll wait for one of the other white dudes to ask you because they're very, very segregated.
Like breaking a rule or something.
Yeah, they're very, very segregated. And it's not like the prison's segregating them. They're doing it themselves.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, and people don't like to think about it because, we all kind of wish we could be better versions of ourselves. But any group of people, no matter what their ethnicity is, given a choice, they always seem to segregate themselves.
What Muhammad Ali said is like, when I look at my kids, I want them to look like me.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to get into a deep thing. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah.
Remember when we were the only like non-black people in the whole neighborhood we lived in?
I had fun.
Well, you did, because all the black chicks loved you, boy. They loved them some Hungar.
They called me white.
Except it wasn't Hungar that they were loving. They were loving James, apparently.
They called me white chocolate.
Because Hungar was telling all the black chicks he was sleeping with in the Section 8s that his name was James. Yeah, almost got me murdered by my Puerto Rican girlfriend when some big black chick come banging on the door looking for James. And she's like, who is that? And I'm like, I don't know, but I got an idea.
They're like, Hungar, you idiot! Why are you using my name?
Because he didn't want him to know who he was. Oh, did you guys hear what happened? Do you remember that crazy British chick that wanted to sleep with 1,000 guys in a day? Do you remember hearing about that story?
I think I remember something about it. Not
Well, she
really,
did.
though.
She slept with 1,000 men in one day, right? She got pregnant.
Well, of course she did.
But the problem is, well, I mean, supposedly everybody had protection, blah, blah, blah. But the problem is there's a chance that some of the guys she slept with were underage.
Oh.
So they're actually afraid. She is afraid to research too deeply into who the dad could be, because if it turns out the dad was one of the underage guys that could have been there, she'll go to prison. so
Yeah.
it's like, but this chick literally, again, the guy you're talking about, Hungar, the prison guy,
Yeah.
who has fake teeth. You'll notice his teeth are fake.
Yeah.
He was talking about she advertises herself as looking for the barely legals and shit like that. And he was like, if she was a man, people would be getting pitchforks and freaking torches. But because she's a woman, she can talk about how she's going to bang 16-year-old boys, and everybody's like, oh, okay, whatever. But dude,
it's not right.
who would
That's not
ever
right.
want to jump into that shit?
I don't know.
She'll find some simp to marry her. You watch. She will. There's an idiot out there that'll be like, I don't care about her past because I'm her future.
I care about. I wasn't. Yeah.
And I'm all like, dude,
1,000 cocks.
she had 1,100 cocks in her. So you be her. You go right on. Be her future, homie.
1, don't marry crazy. 2, don't sleep with crazy.
Because yeah, that
That woman's crazy.
I've
Well,
never been
black
that
women
interested.
women can damn sure be very sweet and awesome. I wouldn't know. Hungar would though.
Yeah, I've never been that interested in riding the village's bicycle.
Yeah.
I mean, Hungar, when we lived in Section 8 housing, Hungar was running deep in the streets.
Well, we didn't live in Section 8 housing. We lived Section 8 housing adjacent.
We were literally a block, like a road between us and them.
Yeah,
So, I mean, come on, man.
it was great. A good time was had by me.
Well, not just you. I mean, but all the like dudes, or as I would refer to them back then, hood rats, they were all totally freaking like cool with us. Like we never had any problems or beef with anybody. It was just like whatever, man. And I think they liked Hungar because he was sleeping with a lot of the women. So at no point did they think we were like racist or anything because they're like, they can't really be racist if they're banging all the chicks on the block.
I
You
was
know?
everybody-
I hear something about this James just sleeping with all the black women.
I was everybody's homeboy.
Yeah. When we would be out in the front yard stick fighting in the SCA, they'd ride by and sometimes they'd park their hoopties and watch us.
We were like, "You guys want to join?" No.
We'd be like, "You guys want to join?" They'd be like, "Oh no, no, thank you."
"You honkies is crazy."
Yeah, you honkies is crazy, man. You're like hitting each other. They'd be like, "Well, yeah."
Me
Me being a Marine, I got an international exposure to all kinds of women and probably AIDS. Women everywhere absolutely go crazy for Marines. That's true.
probably AIDS. You
I-
motherfucker.
Well, if he slept with a Haitian,
Nobody
there's
sleeps with Haitian.
what is the odds? What is the percentage of people with AIDS in Haiti? Like 30%?
Like 92.6.
No, 92.3 repeating, of course. No, but it's like 20 or 30%. I only know this because when I was in the Army, for a minute, they thought they were going to send my unit to Haiti.
And they're like,
And one of the first things they did is tell us all, hey, just so you know, like 3 out of every 10 Haitian women has AIDS.
and that was right after you got out of the desert. So you're just looking for something to stick your pecker in.
No. As soon as they mentioned the HIV, I was like, I'm take that vow of chastity. You know, I'm all in the room praying. Like, nope.
Our little brother's having relationship issues.
Again?
Yep.
No.
And he asked me what he should do because he's been feeling depressed. I told him, eat some meat, work out, and pray.
Yeah, those are great ideas of things to do if you're feeling depressed.
Yeah.
Eat a steak, work out, and pray.
Yeah. I told him he'd feel 100% better about himself. He'd get more
Stop being
energy.
a fucking simp ass bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, I like our little brother. You know I do. But, I mean, dude goes after crazy every time. And as somebody who has some experience in that field of going after crazy, at least a couple times before I found the good one, I feel like I can speak on this.
See, his issue is he's not following the hot, crazy matrix.
No.
He's just going after crazy.
Yeah, plus he's basically a purple-haired lefty.
He does have face tattoos.
And he's going after purple-haired lefty women.
Well, he does have face tattoos.
Yeah, he's got some job stoppers for sure.
Actually, he's got a good job.
Doing what?
Working in Tyson plant.
Oh, well, good for him. But look, here's the thing. If you drive cross country to pick your new girlfriend up from Seattle to bring her back to Kentucky, you already messed up.
Yeah, you picked up a girl from. You don't date girls from Seattle or Ohio.
Right. I mean, it's like literally you drove to Seattle to pick up a member of Antifa or some shit and then drug her ass back to the hills of Kentucky. And you think that's going to work out? I'm sorry. Probably not.
No, James.
I mean, what was going on in her life that was so bad that she felt the need to flee her home city with some hillbilly from Kentucky that she talked to online?
Well, Shark says, laughing, no, James. Thankfully, I never got anything. I know some that got their bores punched through. They regretted getting too free with the happy girls. Laughing, they said it hurt like fire.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had some brothers in arms that had to, explain what was up and go get some shots. That happens, man. Like half the dudes I know who went to Honduras ended up having to get uh, shots for gonorrhea and shit like that. Because those Honduran hookers, man.
Yeah.
They
Well,
had
I've
all
been
the shit.
thinking I'm going to follow my father's example, our bio dad's example.
And get every disease.
No, he was balls deep in the jungle in Vietnam. So I'm thinking I should go to Vietnam and go balls deep.
Just be careful because I've considered this. You never know if any girl near your age
I will not mess around with any girl near my age.
is your sister or not.
Exactly. I will not mess
Because,
around with any mixed Vietnamese girls.
well, they're all mixed.
Well,
That's why they're so hot.
not blatantly.
I mean, all the hottest Vietnamese chicks are like half Vietnamese, half French, half Vietnamese, half American. I mean, I don't know what it is about that French or American and Vietnamese mix, but damn, some smoking hot chick. You know what I'm saying?
And the good thing about Vietnam is they don't have a high percentage of ladyboys like other countries.
Right. But the other thing about Vietnam is we know for a fact we've got at least one sister there
Yeah, at least.
who's older than I am.
Yeah, so I know not to mess around with anybody older than me
Okay. Well, I mean,
because they would all be older than me.
right. I know that one travel thing where the two American dudes go to Vietnam all the time.
Yeah,
And there's like that Vietnamese woman that runs a restaurant and she always feeds them and refuses to let them pay.
that was Anthony Bourdain.
And like,
And that
she
woman
just
who ran
loves
that
you to
restaurant.
death and just like freaking, she insists that they call her grandma.
Yeah, she died.
Oh,
Well, she was old and she smoked like a fish and drank
now
alcohol like a sailor.
probably back in the 60s and 70s, she was like planting booby traps and
You should probably a smoke show.
running around, with the Viet Cong and shit.
Like Shark says, those Vietnamese women are absolute smoke shows.
Well, that's what I just said, though. It's that combination of Southeast Asian
And French.
and French or American. There's something about that combo that when it hits right, it hits freaking hard. You know what I'm saying? It'll make a man like me, who generally is not attracted to Asian women at all, be like, damn.
I've always had yellow fever.
I never have, ever. I've never had any fever. No, that's a lie. I had boob fever for a while, but I grew out.
You got booty fever.
When I got older, I realized boobs are for boys.
That ass is for men.
That's right. When you grow up, you realize
Boobs are nice.
boobs are nice, but
I would rather take an A cup with a nice ass than double D with a flat ass.
right? And the problem is with a lot of women, not all, sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky. I'm not saying anything because I'm not trying to be immodest or talk about anyone in particular, but every now and then you get lucky and you get both.
Yeah, but normally it's one or
But
the other.
90% of the time you're getting one or the other.
And like I said, I'm going for the booty.
Yeah,
What I like about a nice booty,
it's a good choice.
what you do is you wait until it's a cold winter night. You
Shut
step
up.
up
We've
that
all
boy
seen that movie.
against that cold window and let it freeze up. Then you
Dude,
spend an
isn't
hour
that
throwing
like
it out.
The Dirty Dozen or some
Big
shit?
red one.
The big red one, yeah. Didn't he end up dying?
Yeah, but he had a dream, buddy, and I'm living that dream for him. Found out those big booty German girls.
What movie was it where the guy is dying and as he's dying, he's like, tell the guys not to make fun of so-and-so? They always call her fat, and she don't like it. Oh, that was Enemy Mine.
No.
When his co-pilot was dying, he's like, tell him not to make fun of.
Forget the chest. It's all about the booty. You got a good girlfriend.
Yellow fever. Yeah, Hungar has every kind of female fever.
Hungar likes the ladies.
I think it's just vagina fever. Like, am I getting banned from YouTube for saying that? I don't know. I mean, my channel's set for no kids. My channel's set to adult only.
So is mine.
But Hungar has always been that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't care. No real preference. If it
He was always
female,
chasing the skirts, huh?
If it was
Especially
female,
big girls need love too.
at least most of its teeth.
Like Outcast says, I like the way you move.
I like the way you move.
Especially them big girls. Big girls need love too. And the skinny girls got that camel toe, throw it at you. You can bend them in half. Yep.
Yeah, that's Big Boy.
Yep.
Because Andre 3000 never really says anything like that.
No. But Big Boy, he'll talk all about it.
But Big Boy will. Andre tends to be a little bit more lyrical, like poetic with his shit. Of course, I mean, the whole world loves it when you don't get down, da, 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 da. The whole world loves it when you make that sound. Ba, 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 ba. Take a little trip, hater. Open your mind. Yeah, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Shark, you can laugh about the big girls need love too.
Well, that was what 3-7 Infantry's whole mission was, other than killing our enemy.
Well, damn fine soldiers or
Hog Slayers. Some of the officers were cool with it too, because when you salute an officer at 3-7 Infantry, you're supposed to salute, snap a sharp salute, and say, "Cotton Bellers, by God." And then when they salute back, they say, "Damn fine soldiers." But some of the officers were cool. And if you knew the ones that were cool, you could snap that salute up and say, "Hog Slayers, by God." And he would salute back and say, "Damn drunk soldier." I remember we used to have the weigh-ins.
See who could get the most tonnage.
Yeah. You were literally, it's like you're a submarine commander. You were literally out trolling to see who could get the most tonnage. You know? And
that put a whole new meaning to the word hog hunting.
Well, hog slaying is what we call it.
Yeah.
Go to the E Club, and whoever got the heaviest chick won. That was the competition. To go in there and get the biggest chick you could find.
I can see, because I met a lot of the guys in your barracks.
Well,
and
a lot of
you're
them,
all fucking tiny. I could just see your one buddy who looked like the doll, trying to hold on to a big old bitch. Looked like a tick
that
on a
wasn't
dog.
his real name. His real name was like Carl.
Yeah, looks like he would look like a tick on a dog,
But he looked like a Ken doll.
covered in
And he was
tattoos.
little. He was like what you call Pocket Hercules, because he's like 5'6", but he was buff as shit and could put up weight. And he had that blonde hair. He was from California somewhere.
Every time he got drunk, he got naked.
Oh, he told me the worst story ever, too. Like, he accidentally put something inside of his girlfriend, and she started crying about getting pregnant, so he suctioned it out
Oh God!
and spit it on her chest. And I'm like, he told me that story, and I'm like, dude, so what you're saying is you've had semen in your mouth. Baby back.
Yeah, and you talk shit about Marines. If
I'm like-
Marines, if Marines do worse shit than that, then gosh.
Some fine, sweet. Hey, I'm just saying that was a competition at 3-7 Infantry at Fort Stewart. Go to the E Club, you and the boys, and see who could pull the biggest chick.
Just the way of life.
Yeah. I remember one time I came home to Florida for an extended weekend, and when I came back, my rack, the middle of it was touching the floor because Hufford had pulled such a biggie that it literally bent my rack into a V.
Hufford was
And then
hilarious.
I had to take everything off the rack, but the metal rack itself, and drag it down to our supply officer to get a new one. And he was all pissed off, like, I'm going to make you pay for this. And I was like, that's nice. I wasn't here. I've been gone for 4 days. Well, then who did this? I wasn't here. I was in another state.
Hufford was a funny dude.
And I hated dealing with our supply officer because he was a short black dude with a lazy eye. So I never knew where he was looking. You know what I mean? Because it seemed like he looked at you sometimes out of one eye and sometimes out of the other one. So you never knew which eye to look at. So I just stare at him like right here at the bridge of his nose. And I'm like, look, Sergeant, I wasn't here and I need a rack. Give me a rack. He's like, fine. Frickin'. I remember one time, and Hufford had a hot ass wife. His wife was like smoking hot, like 8 out of 10 at least, right? And I remember that asshole hiding in my wall locker because she was looking for him because he'd been out banging fat chicks. Because for some reason, even though he had a hot ass wife at home, he always wanted to go out and bang some 350-pound chick.
It's like they say, for every fine chick you meet, there's a dude who's tired of fucking her.
I don't know what his problem was.
Somebody just sent me the funniest shit ever. He
What?
found me crying. He crew too. We both crowed.
What?
He found me crying. He crew
Crew
too.
two.
We both crowed. Did you see that one chick online? She's like, here's why we got to get out of America as soon as possible. They're selling lion chops here. At the grocery store, and it's loin chops.
Lion chops.
Lion chops.
And she did a TikTok with that shit.
That makes me think of like that one episode
Yeah,
of Family
it'd be
Feud with the one black lady. He goes, like it was about certain things with I think it was like loin in it, and she goes, pork loin.
Pork loin.
And Steve Harvey's like, what? Pork loin? And she goes, LION, pork loin.
Yeah, that's gotta be fake. At least I hope it is. Because I really don't want to believe that there are people in the world that stupid. I mean, I know there probably are. I just don't want to believe it. You dated a chick with a lazy eye? I hope the rest of her was smoking hot because
Okay, bro, watch this.
We about to show y'all why we need to move out of America. Look at this. They're selling lion chops. They're taking exotic animals and cutting them up and put them in our local grocery stores. Look, I'm in Safeway. They're putting lion meat in the grocery stores. Lion meat.
she's black though. So eating lion should be like a cultural thing with her, right? Like her ancestors eat lion, probably still do. So, I mean, what's her problem? Enjoy the lion meat, bitch.
I'm in Safeway. They're selling lion chops.
Oh my God. Why you guys show me these things? It just
Because that
destroys,
shit's hilarious.
it destroys my faith in humanity.
I never had any.
You know, I'm just like, really? Chick? Really?
See,
No.
you say that there's some fine, sweet hog women, Shark, but it's been messed up. This one chick was talking about before, fat chicks were nice. That was a good thing about fat chicks. They knew that they weren't that great looking, so they were really, really nice.
So they had to have a good personality.
Yeah, but now, since the internet came out and everybody thinks that they're a freaking 7 or higher, fat chicks are like bitchy. And don't get me wrong, I'm not, but a lot of brothers are going after the bigger girls, big white women.
Yeah, they always have. And it never
And that
makes
makes them think that you know, they're a catch.
right, because you see a brother and he's like got his shit together, he's good looking, he's fit, and he's dating like this 350-pound beast. And you're just like, dude, what are you doing?
And I'm totally fine with that because I'm going after their hot chocolate queens.
Yeah, but problem with black chicks is some of them got just this nasty attitude, man.
They got that on the streets, but they're sweeties in the sheets.
Yeah, maybe.
You get them home, and they're like, "Yes, Pookie. Let Mama fix you a plate."
Maybe. I mean, I hope you're right.
Oh, I would know because I
I'm just
dated
saying,
some.
every time I've ever been around them, they've just been like more
I've
trouble
been
with
with-
worth.
I've been with some ghetto ass chicks out on the street,
Like literally, because like I said, we lived in the ghetto.
but when we were home alone, they were the sweetest girls ever.
Yeah, but I think they only do that for the white dudes, and I think they treat the black dudes like crap.
Well, I don't care about that because I'm white.
Yeah,
I
but
wouldn't know the black situation with them because I'm not black.
but I think that's why a lot of the black dudes are like, "F this shit. I'm going to get me a white girl
Yeah,
because these
Possibly.
bitches is crazy."
yeah, damn right. Hungar fat chicks used to work overtime to be a sweet princess and treat you like a king. Now so many think they're better than everyone. Yeah,
Yeah, you see some 300-pounder on the street, and she's like, "I'm a 9, and I won't date a dude unless he's 6'3" and makes $500,000 a year." It's like, bitch.
you ain't dating then, are you?
It's like, I don't know what fantasy world you're in, but I can guarantee you it ain't going to work out because you're not an 8. You're maybe a 3.
You're ate everything you saw.
Yeah, you're an 8. If by 8 you mean you're like 4 2s.
And like Tony just put out a video. It's like, there's this big old chick. She's like, 5 places I'm not going to go to this in 2025. And that fans over. And Tony's like, Jim, and Jim. And I was like, you ain't lying.
Tony is savage.
And another big girl flops down on the bed. It's like, I don't know what got into me. He's like, a lot of food, bitch.
That guy is so savage. But it's like, and then they try to argue that they're healthy. It's like, oh yeah? Oh, okay. Do 40 jumping jacks. I mean, I can do 40 jumping jacks, and I'm old and broken. If you're young and you can't do 40 jumping jacks, I mean, you know, without having a cardiac event, you're not healthy. You know?
It's like Tom McDonald said, oh, you're fat? Well, name something I can't do. Well, run a mile, jumping jacks, live to 42. It's like,
Yeah, it's so weird, right? Now, my favorite video, and there's more than one of them, but one of my favorite videos is like this really hefty white girl. And she's all like, sorry, white boys, this body's
and everybody rejects her.
for brothers only or some shit. And then the first thing you see is a black guy. And he's like, as a representative of the black guys, we'd like to pass. But perhaps our Latino brothers will step up. And then you see a Mexican guy pop in. He's like, as the Latino representative, we're going to have to let this one go.
There's some jobs we won't do.
There's some jobs even we don't do. And then like the freaking Indian shows up and he's like, no, we're not. It's like every race shows up to be like, no, we're going to pass on this.
And then it goes back to the white guys, like, we're going to pass this back to the white guys. And the white kid's like, no.
No. Yeah. And the funny thing is that chick made that TikTok. and probably felt good about posting it. And then she got worked hard.
I like the one with the little girl. She's eating the chocolate bar. At first, it's like a bunch of girls. Why are guys always so interested in the lesbians? And then it shows this cute little chick eating a chocolate bar. She's like, this chocolate bar is really good. But you know what would make it better? Another chocolate bar. Two things that I really like together. And then she starts hitting them together. She's like, this is the best. It's like, yeah. He's like, you know what I like? Chocolate. Ooh, another chocolate bar.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, I would love if somebody could interview
That chick?
that big girl and ask her what she thought about like the situation as it went down, you know, like, because she obviously thought she was something. She was a catch. She obviously thought that.
She was something.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was.
Because of that whole attitude. Sorry, you know, this is for this only or whatever. So she obviously thought that she was all that in the bag of chips. And then literally every dude of every ethnicity popped in and was like, no, thank you.
It went straight through the list, like Black, Spanish, Asian,
What up?
Arab. It
What up,
was
Bear?
great. What up, Bear?
What are you guys on about?
That
Am I
one
watching
video.
something I don't want to be a part of?
No, it's that video about the white chick who's like, sorry, white boys, this is for black guys only. And then a black dude comes up and is like, as a member of the black community, I humbly decline your generous offer. Maybe the Mexicans will take it. It's Mexican guy, because as a representative of the Mexicans, I'm going to have to gracefully decline. There's some jobs even we won't do. Maybe the Asians will take it. The Asians like, after careful consideration and doing the math, we can't do this because we're too busy getting smart. Maybe the Arabs will take it. The Arabs like, as a representative of the Arab community, we decided not to take this because it's not haram. We're going to
Because
pass
it's
this
not halal.
halal. And it's like, we're going to pass this back over to the white community. And then the white kid gets there and is like, no.
Yeah, the white kid's just like, no.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking she posted that on TikTok, right? Like, seriously. And then a group of dudes, all of every ethnicity, got together and planned this absolute drag.
Nice.
You know, I mean, and then posted that shit. You know, just freaking brutal, just brutality, you know? And I was just pondering, I wonder what she thought about it, because you know she's seen it.
Fatality.
Because you know somebody she knows seen it and was like, oh shit. I gotta show this to, you know, Betty Sue or whatever the hell her name was. And it was like, yeah, you tuck your 300-pound ass on there trying to talk shit, and you got freaking just done bad by everybody.
And we were talking about how big girls used to be really nice.
Yeah, that used to be the thing. Everybody always knew that the heavy hotties had the great personality.
Yeah, fun to hang out with.
I'm out of this conversation. I can't. I have opinions that'll just get me in trouble, so I'm just going to shut the fuck up and let you two dig the hole.
What hole? There's nobody who can mess with us.
No, exactly. That's why I'm going to let you two do it.
Oh, do you know somebody who could mess with you?
Dude, I'm running a business.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
exactly. Bear's all over the interwebs making money and shit and promoting his game, so he can't really get into stuff like this. But I, on the other hand,
about other stuff too, though, Bear. How is your heroic system coming?
Oh, you don't want to know, man. Like Jesus Christ.
soup sandwich.
Actually, kind of do.
So when I finished crowdfunding everything after losing tons of money to wasted artists, tax stuff, money exchange, the Canadian dollar decided to take a shit dive. So suddenly, every time I have to pay someone $100 because everybody wants to be paid in American, it cost me $150. So that pretty much halved my money, right?
Yeah.
Then inflation drove up all the prices of everything, and everybody's rates started going up, including the fact that I had to get new artists because my regular artist, who was committed to the project for a fixed rate, decided to have a mental health breakdown and quit the project, but is still making his own comics. So, yeah, okay. So that hurt. And then this week, or last week, DriveThruRPG announced that their print-on-demand prices are going to be going up 25 to 50%
Yeah,
due to the tariffs on paper. So my money just cratered. I have no money left. I cannot afford to finish the project without about 20,000 Canadian. So I'm basically trying to figure out how the fuck I'm going to do this. How are you?
Damn.
I'm painting the ocean around a American Bellow submarine.
If I had
Hello,
money, I would take up miniature painting as a form of therapy right now.
Right.
I'm
It
sorry to
can
hear
be.
that, Bear.
That's the way it goes. I got to figure it out. Otherwise, it's going to take 4 years to put this fucking game out.
That's what my doctor told me. He said that, hey, painting is great therapy. It helps you get out of your mind for a little bit and just kind of get into the zone and think about other stuff. Mad Cat, we could talk about that, but anyone who says T-34 is definitively wrong.
Yeah, and I love the T-34, but the Sherman's better.
I don't love the T-34. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it is.
I like it because I like the Russian tanks and stuff.
Yeah,
You
'cause
know
you're a
that.
commie. You're a commie lover.
No, I'm not a commie lover. Kill a commie for mommy.
Hell yeah, Ramones.
That's right. But I like the T-34. I like the tenacity of the people who made the T-34s because they were actively occupied. Their factory had Germans shooting at them, and they were still pumping those some bitches out.
That is kind of
Yeah.
fair.
Every
Right.
T-34 was designed to last about 3 months.
You know what? But they were like, you know what? We're getting shot at by the fascists. Let's keep pumping these bad boys out.
Well,
Yeah, but you
3 months if
You
they didn't
didn't
get
ask
shot at.
why every T-34 was designed to last 3 months.
Why?
Because most of them were destroyed within 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, not your
Only play
echoes.
their engine.
Might just have to lay it all out for the audience and state that you will only be capable of pulling off a digital release upon completion. Okay, that's in response to Bear. The Sherman defeated the T-34 90% of the time in Korea, and also was the most survivable tank of World War II. For every Sherman tank that was destroyed, the amount of actual tank crew casualties was like bare minimum compared to any other tank.
And Bear, like not your echo saying,
Yeah, I know what he's saying, and I get it, and it's on the plate. It's something we've thought about. We're not giving up yet. We have hope.
yeah, but
I'm working on something that I'm going to try to sell to cash in on a little bit of a fad that's happening right now in RPGs to see if I can raise some cash out of that because it's going to cost me next to nothing to produce. So if I can get enough profit out of it, it can cover a lot of heroics expenses.
and what about just saying the hell with artists to go AI?
Well,
We don't care. We don't care.
no, I know you don't care, but you are not all 410 backers. Do you understand?
Yeah, but put it out there because I'm pretty sure 99.9% of us will be like, as long as you can get the book out there for everybody to enjoy, we don't
Wow.
really care that much about the AI art.
The goal is to get a laid out no art version available for everybody, right? That everybody has the game.
Yes.
Then we're going to go through the art and the print on demand. Now we got a really good deal. We found an artist who's very talented, and he's basically in one of those positions where I don't think he lives in Canada or the US. I think he lives somewhere where it's cheaper to live. And he gave us a great deal on the art for the backer art, which could never be AI. It has to be original art. And like the deal from him is fantastic. It's like, wow. And this is his regular deal that he gives people when he does his commission sales. So we locked him in for that. So that's good. That saves us a little bit there. Problem is it's just, when we get around to printing up those books for all the backers who got printed books, It's going to be real expensive for us to buy those books, right? And I'm not going to give in. I'm not your Echo. I get what you're saying, but I'm not giving in yet. I'm not giving up yet. I still got fight left in me.
Well, you fight that good fight, buddy.
Well,
All right.
hopefully
And
we
now
get-
getting back to the tanks, because we've had T-34. Not only
Now
did it
tanks.
have transmission problems, which meant that they had to carry big ass wooden mallets next to the driver's seat just to get the thing to pop out of gear so they could put it in a different gear, but it actively killed the crew of it because the separation between the engine compartment and the crew compartment was so shoddy that if you buttoned up while the engine was running for too long, it would kill your ass with carbon monoxide.
Oh, that's nice.
That's something that the Shermans never did. Now, did the T-34 take the brunt of the Germans? Absolutely. Was it a better tank than anything the Germans fielded? No. Not on paper, no. The
And I'm not.
T-34 was absolute garbage compared to any Panzer IV variant you want to name.
And I'm not trying to diss the Sherman because I love the Sherman.
But the Sherman was the best tank.
But
It fought
they did.
every front.
They called
It
them
had
shiploads
the
for a
least
reason.
Casualties per tank destroyed. It fought in Korea against the Russian tanks and whipped their ass every time. So I'm sorry, Germans the better tank.
But they were called Zippos for a reason.
No, they weren't. That was a lie people made up.
Oh,
Yeah,
then.
the Sherman was like one of the safest.
Yeah,
I love the Sherman tank.
tanks on the planet, and also one of the easiest to work on. If you could rebuild a Ford truck engine, you could work on a Sherman.
If I ever win the lottery, we're all me, you, and our
Russian
pops
frontline
are getting a
commanders
Sherman.
always had plenty of tanks. Well, yeah, that's a fact. Well, just like today, once the Russian war machine gets going and they decide they're going to crank shit out, they crank shit out.
Just
I'm
not
going to buy
very
a
good
tank
quality.
someday. You can get a Sherman fairly cheap.
I mean, for a tank, yes.
No, the Germans, yeah, they had every right to cry about not having enough tanks. They didn't have enough tanks. And then when they sent captured T-34s home and they're like, hey, build us these. Of course, the Germans over-engineered that shit and you get the Panther G, which was absolute trash. And you know, the transmission caught on fire all the time. They eventually worked it out and the Panther become a decent tank. But for a supposedly medium tank, that thing was heavy as shit.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what the Germans do. They over-engineer everything. And if you were in a Panther and it got hit and it would start burning, good luck. Because the commander's hatch, you had to screw this thing around to cause the hatch lid to open up far enough so that you could grab it and slide it away so that you could then jump out. But Sherman tanks all had spring-loaded hatches.
Bing.
So as soon as you took a hit, you hit that thing, the hatch pops open, they're big. You jump out, run your ass off. If the tank burns, who gives a shit? You get a new one because we made 60,000 of them. Yeah, so I mean, quantity exactly. I mean, you're not going to hear me disagree about that, Shark. It's just that the T-34 is an overrated piece of shit. It's just that the Russians made so many of them and gave such a small amount of shit about losing them that the Germans just couldn't afford to keep up with it.
You can buy a Sherman tank for $355,000.
Yep.
You used to be able to buy a T-34 for like 15 grand. I mean, the main gun was, of course, welded shut. The breech was and everything. But the Panzer IV was a great tank, every variant. But again, like you said, they over-engineer everything. That's the German way. And then they don't understand why their shit gets clogged up in the mud, which when you're invading Russia, guess what spring is? It's the mud season. And they don't understand why everything breaks. And in the desert, the sand gets into everything and makes it break. It's like, it's like German engineers are smart and dumb at the same time. And like I said, they were begging the German high command to make a simple medium tank. And of course, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. And imagine all the money that the German government spent trying to get the mouse to work.
Yeah.
Like that thing would ever work.
Yeah.
That's a pure fantasy. If they had even gotten the mouse to work, they had to link 2 submarine engines together to try to get it to move. What's up, Agrim? As soon as it went to the Eastern Front, it was sunk right down to the freaking bottom into that mud and been done. It'd been over. It'd just been the end of it. Now, one of my favorite tanks to look at anyway is the Panzer III. But unfortunately, the turret ring of Panzer III is so small that it couldn't mount anything bigger than a 5-centimeter gun, which basically made a KV-1 laugh. Like if you shot a KV-1 with a 50-millimeter gun, the crew on the inside would be like, "Oh, that tickles." You're not going to take a KV-1 out with anything less than a high velocity 7.5. Anything else, that KV-1's going to laugh at you all the way.
The driver looking over at the gunner like, "Did you hear something?"
Yeah, if they can't kill you with the main gun, they'll just run you over. You know? That thing was a monster, the KV-1, but it was slow. But there was one battle where like one KV-1 got tracked in the middle of a road, so it couldn't move. But that one KV-1 held up a damn battalion of German panzers. And before it finally got destroyed, it took like 100 and something direct hits. Because it was, it could mount the short barrel, but that thing's no good for killing big armor. It is good for supporting infantry, though, and that become a thing. However, for the Germans, and I know you guys all know this because we're all a bunch of military war game nerds, the number one fighting vehicle the German army fielded was the Stug. The Stug F8 and the Stug 3 killed more enemy armored vehicles than any other vehicle they had.
Yeah, the Stug was really good.
Yep. Well, I mean, the thing was very low to the ground, very low profile, very easy to hide. And it had that high velocity 75-millimeter gun that could pretty much go through anything the Allies had at well over 1,000 yards. So, I mean, just hide your little Stug behind a couple bushes. And when you see that T-34 rolling, stick that round right through the front slope. It'll come out the back of it, And that's a fact, And then they tried with the Hetzer, which is really just a rebuilt Panzer 38T, the Czech variant.
Yeah, it was
wasn't quite as good. Wasn't quite as good.
No.
And the Stug, of course, was just a modification of the Panzer III because they couldn't mount a decent gun on it. So they said, "Hey, what if we just took the whole turret off of this bitch and put a casement on it and just put a gun in it?" And they're like, "Okay, let's give it a shot." But, the Russians did the same thing with the SU series. They started out with like the SU-76, and then it was the SU-122 and the SU-155. I mean, so they picked up on that shit pretty quick. But yeah.
I like turtles.
I like turtles.
My name's Jeff.
I love that when the guy was dressed as a zombie and they're like, "I like turtles."
How do you feel about this whole zombie thing that's going on with the thing? I like turtles.
Yeah.
And bless her heart, the woman doing the interview, she just can't help. She starts laughing. She's just totally charmed by it, autistic reaction.
How could you not? I mean,
I like turtles.
I remember when Tosh used to be funny and he had that guy on.
I never really watched a lot of Tosh.
Me neither.
The first couple of seasons, he was actually funny. But, I mean, to be fair, his whole show was just him talking about internet shit.
Yeah, it was just a bunch of meme stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so all it was is him commenting on memes.
It's like whenever his first show being Afro Ninja.
Yeah, you had that. You had he eventually had the Turtles guy on. He had Froggy Fresh,
Fro-
who used to be Krispy Kreme, but
Yeah.
then Krispy Kreme got mad at him, so he changed his name to Froggy Fresh. Who apparently, you know, was a really good rapper. But everything he rapped about was kind of like, what? Like he's got a whole rap song about like fighting with this dude to try and get his bikes back because this basically the bad guy of the town he lives in stole everyone's bikes. And he was trading them for like candy. So, you know, he does a rap song about that. He does a rap song about how Beyonce thinks he's cute and Jay-Z's lazy. And then I think my favorite Froggy Fresh rap song is the ballad of the Good Boy Shoes or Good Guy Shoes, which were cursed by this criminal named Irish Mike. So every time you put the good boy shoes on or the good guy shoes on, it made you evil and Irish. T-34s were easily destroyed at almost every range by the 7.5 L46 or whatever that the Panther and the Stug variants carried. And also the Panzer IV after the C and D.
Heck,
Not trying to sound like a jerk, guys, but if you look at the actual ballistics, the 7.5 centimeter or 75 millimeter high velocity gun had better ballistics and armor penetration than the 88.
Also, James, the engine actually destroyed the T-34's armor. They overhardened them, so they would just the engine.
So they crack.
Yeah, they would crack like all constantly and completely.
And it's kind of like how you can always tell when a T-34 come out of the Red October factory during a certain period of time.
Yep.
Because it has no rubber on the road wheels.
Yeah.
Because they had no rubber. And that's like Hungar was saying, when the Red October tractor factory plant was literally under siege and they were still cranking T-34s out, unpainted with no rubber on the road wheels. And they would roll off the assembly line directly into battle. It was like, oh my God, crazy.
Yeah, sure, that did happen. That was a weird thing.
But there was Mad Cat. The myth of the 88 is just that.
Yeah, I was talking about Shark with the woman who had her own T-34.
Panzers, yeah, the Panzer IV. And the Panther used the L70. Yeah, those had way better ballistics than an 88 and better armor penetration at range as well. But it's kind of like how we had to train our troops to stop thinking every German vehicle was a Tiger.
Yeah, that's true.
Because every time the Americans would see a German tank, they'd think it's a Tiger and they'd freak out. And so the Army literally had to put out like videos explaining to the soldiers that, every German tank isn't a Tiger. And even if it is a Tiger, you can still kill it. Stop being chicken shits. It's not that big of a deal. But if you want to look into an actual direct comparison, in North Korea, during many encounters, both the Sherman and the Pershing faced off with T-34 85s and IS-1 Stalins.
Which the T-34 85 is a more modern version of the T-34, which...
Well, it's a T-34 with a bigger turret and a better gun.
Yeah. And we were probably still using, like, World War II era Shermans, really.
Well, Sherman Jumbos and Pershings.
Yeah.
And we wrecked the shit out of them at 9 times out of 10. But I'll disagree with you, James. The 88 mm gun was gold. They can all disagree. They lost. We won. and our tanks had 75s and 76s.
Yeah, actually, the
So-
popular tank for us was the 75s.
Yep. And were designed mostly to support infantry, if you want to be freaking
Yeah.
literal about it. I forget which gun it was, but it was really good at firing HE rounds. That was the whole point of it.
The 75.
Right. So you run your infantry up with your Shermans, and if you run into any hard, defenses, you drop some freaking HE on that shit and keep rocking, man.
I'm looking to win the lottery this week, and I'm going to buy a Bradley.
Yeah, Shark, I disagree. The 88 was designed to be an anti-aircraft weapon, and when the
At
French
first.
tanks broke through the German lines and were starting to roll the Germans back out of pure desperation, a rear line AA unit lowered the barrels to shoot at the Charbis, and that's how the 88 got its legendary status. Because it could destroy the French tanks that nothing the German armor had could destroy. Because German tanks in the early war were trash.
They
The
weren't really
Panzer
meant
1, 2, and even the early 3s were trash. The Panzer
Really, it's the-
4s, the first version was mounted with a 75 short howitzer. It was trash.
They weren't for anti-tank capabilities. They were more infantry support at first.
Yeah, they were designed to blitz and support infantry. The whole idea of the 88, it was absolutely an accident. It was an act of desperation by an anti-aircraft unit. Now, they did blow up a bunch of French tanks and turn the battle, which is awesome, but that doesn't make it the best anti-tank weapon of the war at
No.
all.
If
There's
anything,
a
I
lot of
think
shit that was better. Hell, a Panzerfaust was better at penetrating Allied armor than an 88. If you could get within 50 yards of an enemy tank and hit it with a Panzerfaust, it was dead.
All right, well, I'm going to bounce out, guys.
they'll see you, Hungar.
But yeah,
Sure,
the whole
Hunter.
88 thing, it's
As they say in France, Allah Akbar.
Yes, now they do.
Oh,
Read more. Rommel talks about 88 gun in opera. Yeah, but most of the time when he's talking about 88s, he's talking about the Flak 88, which he used as an AT gun. Not anything mounted on any tank, because most of the tanks in Africa were Panzer IIIs. And
mean, yeah,
Guderian was the one that was begging German high command to make a cheap light tank or medium tank, and they refused to do it.
I mean, the long 88 is going to be better than I don't know, a autocannon or a machine gun on a.
Well, the 88 on the
Panzer.
Flak 88 is going to be way better than that 50 freaking millimeter gun on a Panzer 3H.
Yeah,
But that doesn't change anything. And then they mounted 88s on the Tiger, but they only built very few Tigers during the whole duration of the war. Like the number of Tigers they built, I think, was less than 1,000. I mean, did they have good armor and shit? Yeah, they had great armor until, we started hitting them with, the British and Canadians started hitting them with Sherman Fireflies. And then it was
yeah.
over.
The 17 pounder is a pretty good gun.
Yeah, it's like a 90 mil and it'll go right through a Tiger on the front. But the Tiger also had a max speed of like 15 miles per hour and guzzled gas like it was its job. And the transmission broke down all the time. Transmission was a big issue with all the German tanks.
Pretty much, yeah. Especially the heavy ones. Wonder
Yep.
why.
Yeah, because the horsepower to weight ratio was screwed. Like the Ferdinand could barely climb a slope.
Yeah.
And
luck
a
on
lot of
that.
times. And Manstein was never an armor guy. I don't even know why you bring Manstein up. Manstein was the commander of 1st Grossdeutschland Panzer Grenadiers, which is mechanized infantry. So while he did have panzers attached to him, like Manstein's backhanded strike at what was it, Kursk or Kharkov? Yeah, that was an infantry thing, mostly. I mean, he did have some armor. Now, Guderian was an armor guy, and he was the one that was constantly, like I said, begging for a cheap copy like the T-34. The Germans actually made kind of one. It was called the VZ something, but it never went into production. But to be fair, it was just a German-built T-34. That's all it was. It was almost
I'm going to
identical
go,
to the
guys, because
T-34.
I'm still at work. So
Well,
see you later.
see ya.
See you, bro. The last operational Tiger 1 was in the Fury movie. It's still operational. That's Tiger 131, I think.
I don't think.
Well, I mean, the Tiger tactics were completely wrong.
I know. I mean, if you were in a
And
Tiger, why would you move up and go toward
No
the
Tiger
enemy?
commander ever would have done what they did.
Yeah.
But that said, that tank is at the British Armored Museum. And about once a year, they start her up and run her around the track and shit.
Yep.
So, I mean,
It's cool that they still have it running too.
yeah, it takes them a shit ton of, work and customizing parts and literally machining parts that can't be got anywhere else, but they keep her running. But the T-34 now, what it did great is it was fast compared to other tanks.
True.
So if you could get a breakthrough in the enemy line, the T-34 would just spill through it. And it was just, how do you stop it? It's just, that's what they did with Operation Your Anus, is they broke the line. I think it was the Romanians and the Italians they broke. And once those two groups broke, they just frickin' bulldozed out. And then it was like, yeah, screw it. Yeah, they just never got it. You're right, Shark, about that. We can agree on that. The Germans just never got it. They didn't have an aircraft carrier. They had designs. They just never built one. They lost most of their Navy pretty early on, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
that was.
a few of their battleships spent most of the war hiding out in like Norwegian fjords and shit. But even they ended up getting sank.
Yeah.
But the thing is in the early war, the Germans absolutely knew what they were doing. They had the plan, they had the idea, they had the training when it comes to infantry and the blitzkrieg. But in the early war, their tanks were garbage compared to almost everyone they fought. And the main reason the Russians failed so hard in the beginning is because Stalin had purged all of his experienced generals and then
Not
put
good.
in a bunch of ideological idiots to run the Russian army, and they all sucked. So the Germans would just encircle them and force them to surrender. Oh yeah, World War I too. And I'm always telling people this, and people are like, well, America got into the war late. And it's like, that's not true.
We were always
Every
producing.
pair of boots that a Russian infantryman was wearing was made in America.
We were basically
everything
supplying
they ate.
everyone.
Yeah, everything that was getting ate by civilians and the military, we were supplying. I mean, there's a reason why for so many. I mean, there's a reason why Monty Python has a whole song about Spam. They don't make Spam in the UK. Spam, oh beautiful Spam, Spam. I mean, to me, Spam's a little salty, but if that's all I had,
Yeah, it's like, if that's all you have, you might as well eat it. It's gonna be how it's gonna go.
Yeah, that one of the things too is when they asked the Americans about the why we never made a heavy tank, and they're like, well, because we have to transport these things across the ocean, and for the room on a ship to transport a heavy tank, we can transport like 3 Shermans.
Yeah.
So it's just pure math. It's like, do you want the heavy Pershing, or would you rather just have 3 Shermans? Get the Shermans, baby. And then they converted all the Grant/Lee tanks into Priest artillery pieces. So, yeah, I mean, between when Russia finally got on war footing and had the German boot off their throat a little bit, thanks to us sending them tanks and trucks and weapons and everything.
Well, it's not like Spam is horrible or anything. It's edible. It's good. Perfectly fine. I just would rather have other things.
I'll tell you what, you want to know who loves Spam is Samoans and the people on Guam.
Yeah, fair.
Them bastards love
I
themselves.
don't get it, but
Spam. They
hey,
make Spam sushi. They make Spam and rice. Like they eat Spam with every meal. But anyway, the point is the Germans, under no circumstances, were ever going to outproduce America and Russia,
no.
or either of those two countries once we were on war footing.
True.
And that's why they lost. There's no way they could win, you know? I mean, we produce more Sherman tanks than they produce tanks, like all of them, of every mark. And I'm pretty sure that the Russians produce more T-34s than we produce Shermans. Even though we did give them a lot of Grants, Lees, depends on the weapon combination. We gave them a shit ton of those. We gave them Shermans. We gave them trucks, like you said. We gave them boots and coats. We had factories making ammo for Mosin Nagants. And we gave them pretty much all of the food they were eating. And yeah, our Sherman tanks, man, you could jam them in there. And they were, like I keep telling you guys, you got to look at the big picture of why the Sherman is awesome. One, it fought in every theater of the war.
And on every side of the war.
On every side of the war and on every continent the war was fought on. Two, it was super easy to produce. They were cranking them bitches out like nonstop. Three, it was super easy to maintain. A guy with like barely any education and a little bit of training could maintain a Sherman. It was super survivable. And, you know, it was one of those deals where, oh, your Sherman got shot and burnt down. Don't worry about it. You lived, and here's another one. Get back to the front. You know, I mean, as long as they had fuel, what were you going to do about it? You know? And if you needed something to take a big cat out, that's why you had your Wolverine. And what was the other one called?
I know about it was like the M10, the Black Cat, M18s.
Well, the Black Cat was the unit. They were an all African American unit, and they operated the.
That's why they called that. Okay.
Yeah, that's why they operated. One of them, the Wolverine, and I forget the other one, but you're right. It's the M10 and then something else.
There's the M10, M18,
and they're open top, and they had anti-tank guns designed to.
There's actually 3 different versions of this, I think, or you know, it's
but
the
they were the ones that were designed to kill the big cats.
Yeah,
the Hellcat and the Jackson. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had light armor, but they were really, really fast so that tank commanders could be like, hey, we got a bunch of big cats over here, and those dudes would rip ass up out of nowhere and just start popping them.
Yeah, the M36, that was one of them.
Yep. And there was one whole unit of those anti-tank guys was all black dudes. Why, I don't know. They also drove all the trucks that carried food to the front line. You know, it wasn't until pretty late into the war that they started actually letting black dudes fight.
Yep, the M36 had a 90 millimeter.
Yep, which is the equivalent of the English 17-pounder.
Yeah.
Which means it would go right through about anything. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, if you ever watch Kelly's Heroes, you see that shit, and that's kind of a comedy, but it's like, you know, Moriarty, again with the negative waves, Moriarty. You know, Moriarty.
Negative waves, Moriarty.
They're like cranking, you know, the ratchet, fixing some stupid shit, you know, and it's like.
It's a beautiful tank, Moriarty. Beautiful tank.
Beautiful tank. Moriarty, there's going to be a mother-loving, beautiful bridge there. Just need some positive vibes, more. Yeah, that's such a good.
Oh, that was so
I mean, he's
fun.
like, "Roo, roo, roo." That's my dog imitation. That guy.
Okay, I need 30-foot of bridge. It's like,
That's
where am I
the
gonna
other
get 30
thing.
foot of bridge?
30. Oh, when the grave diggers. I love it when like Carol Connor's listening in on the radio.
I need
The
people.
one
Where
guy
am I
comes
gonna
in,
find them?
he's like, shut up, the game is on. He's like, Kelly, it's going to take us an hour and a half to get across there. You got to hang up. And Kelly's like, we're not waiting for anyone. You either keep up or you get left behind. And the general's like, go, go,
Yes.
go. I don't know who these guys are, but I'm giving every one of them a medal. Early British Centurion had a 17-pounder. See, that's a good gun. That's a great gun. And I know a lot of British anti-tank teams had the 17-pounder that was mounted on like a freaking table with legs, basically, so it could spin in every direction. It had a big gun shield. I mean, yeah, they used them a lot in Africa because the tanks available to basically every side in Africa were kind of trash. I mean, at least in the beginning. Because the Americans and the British were all using Grants or Lees, and the Germans had a couple Tigers, but for the most part, they were using shitty-ass Panzer IIIs, and the poor Italians, forget about it.
God,
Their Fiat M41s, yeah, get out of here with that shit, right? So if you wanted to kill tanks, you had to use AT artillery, every side. And, that's where they started mounting 88s on the back of big flatbed Opel Blitz trucks.
It's not even like the Italians were actually bad. It's just that their gear was so poor that
their gear was garbage. I mean, their infantry was iffy. Some Italian units were absolutely bad to the bone, would just wreck ass. And other Italian units would run as soon as shit hit the fan. The Achilles?
I don't think that was an Achilles, no.
The M10 I thought was the Wolverine, but either way, it had a 90 millimeter gun.
I'm going to look this up because I don't remember ever being called an Achilles.
Either way, it had a 90 millimeter gun, which meant it could easily crack the front slope of a Tiger at 1,000 yards all day. Just like the Fireflies. The Germans hated the British Firefly because they knew that 90 millimeter gun on that thing would wreck their ass at 1,000 yards. They knew it. As a matter of fact, what's his name? Whitman, the Tiger Ace, one of the legends of him getting killed was a Firefly. Hit him at about 1,400 yards and just, yeah, they loved it because they didn't have anything better.
Yeah, its main gun is a 3-inch gun, a M7.
Okay,
76.2 millimeters.
3-inch.
Yeah, it's 76.2 millimeters.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing. When it comes to penetrating armor, the size of the bullet isn't what matters. It's the speed.
I know. Let's see here.
So that's why the 7.5 high velocity gun had a better armor penetration profile than the standard 88.
Yeah.
I mean, not saying the 88, you didn't want to get hit by an 88. I'm not sitting here arguing, please shoot me in the head with an 88. That's stupid. I mean, it will go through a Sherman tank. But that 7.5, that thing could defeat basically all Allied armor. And that's why the Stug killed so many Allied tanks.
Also, the M10 was based off a Sherman chassis.
Of course it was. Just like the Canadian Kangaroo was based off a Sherman chassis, and the freaking Firefly was a Sherman chassis. Everything was a Sherman chassis. It was specifically designed to be easy to F with and transport. And like I keep saying the same thing over and over, guys. We got to agree on this. Sherman tank. You could transport it anywhere. Anyone could work on it. You had a great chance of living if you did get hit. And we made so many of them that there was 10 of them in stockpile behind you waiting for you to go crew them. I mean, if some bad thing happened and you lost a crew member, unfortunately, I mean, they also had more of those guys in the rear. So, I mean, you know, you go back, you get your new radio operator or whatever, and you're on your way. Bob's your scudder, as you know, Lister would say.
I can't see any nickname for it.
Oh, the P-47, yeah, that thing, the flying tank.
Cool tank. Probably not my cool plane. Probably not my favorite though.
Well, you had so many variants of Sherman, Mad Cat. I mean, there was like at least 8, maybe more. There was field modifications, like when they found out that on the side of the Sherman there was a weak spot, so they just freaking welded a square block of steel onto it.
Yeah, that didn't help much. It actually probably made things worse, actually, just because it basically just showed where to shoot.
And then you had the fact that a lot of Sherman crew members would just pile that shit up with sandbags.
Sandbags, yeah.
I mean, you know, and the Sherman could take it because the Sherman's power to weight ratio is actually really good.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to put extra weight on top of that thing, you could get away with it. And never forget, a lot of Shermans had Ma Deuce strapped to the roof. You don't like Ma Deuce because if you're most German armored vehicles, not tanks, but you know, everything else, Ma Deuce will work you. You know what I'm saying? If you're in a Hanomag or any of their armored vehicles and shit, that 50 cal on top of that Sherman will eat you alive. You know what I mean? So, and a lot of times the tank commander would literally stand on the engine deck behind the turret firing the 50 cal. Crazy. Janos. Well, we stole the German idea of blitzkrieg because we stole everything, but we perfected it. It was like, we're like, hey, this idea of combining tanks, infantry, and air support and artillery, great idea. Watch us. And then we like just romp-a-tomped. Now, what the English did that was pretty nasty is they had the artillery rounds that would detonate like 20 feet above the ground.
Yeah, the fuse delayed.
Yeah,
rounds.
they had like the delayed fuse on them, and it actually made them even more deadly because if you're in a trench or a foxhole and that thing detonates in the air, it's coming right down at you. And so you might as well not even be in anything. Testing a 50 cal Gatling gun, that would be a beast.
Yeah.
I mean, they're upgunning. Supposedly, they're upgunning the Bradley from the 25 millimeter to a 50 millimeter. Why? I don't know. But that's something that I've saw. Your average infantryman did a whole video about it. Like, okay. And the Europeans are trying to make a tank that's going to have a 50 millimeter secondary gun, 140 millimeter main gun, and then like 2 machine guns all mounted in the turrets.
Yeah, I don't think it was a proximity fuse. I think it was a type
No,
of fuse.
it was. I think it might have been a proximity fuse or a delayed. It doesn't really matter. We know what we're talking about.
I mean, the Americans tried to work out proximity fuses for AA purposes. And that was back in what, the 50s or 60s, right?
If it wasn't for what's his name, they called him Chink. The guy from Kentucky. Or Ching or whatever his name was. When they made him an officer, but they took away his ship when he was in the Navy. So then he went through procurement and just started rubber stamping everything. And after he got done, like every American ship had radar and sonar and proximity rounds were being used. And like, because apparently the research and development departments are full of idiots.
Definitely.
And they were like, oh, why should every Navy vessel have sonar and radar? And this dude rolled in and was like,
You need that shit.
Boop, rubber stamp. Everyone's getting it. Yeah, see, that was the problem with the Germans, is they were just always trying to make it bigger.
Yeah, and also never standardizing. They keep on just like updating or changing things, which slowed down their production.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like was said earlier, which is totally true, right? Shermans rolled off the line like sausages. It was just like chain, 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 freaking Sherman one after the other, right? Every Tiger tank was like a handcrafted work of art that took like a whole crew of highly skilled guys, you know, to make one tank. Whereas, like I said, you know, we were cranking them. I mean, we've all seen the videos of World War II where it shows like the assembly lines, and it's like a mile long line of Shermans being built and just rolling down the line. And like somebody, I think Mad Cat might have brought up, it could have been Shark. Like one you two brought up earlier too, the fact that we were able to build a B-24 Liberator per day.
That was Shark.
That is, I mean, no one could do that.
Yeah.
No one could do that. And, you know, it is what it is. Development of TOT artillery revolutionized ground combat. Air power, fully mechanized divisions. Every division was motorized. Well, yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the war, the whole, you know, that armchair general thing. What if they had allowed Patton to attack Russia? While the Russians did have more divisions, their divisions were all generally about 60-70% capacity. Our divisions were 100%, and our logistics was way better. So we probably would have ran them all the way to Moscow. Probably. That's armchair generaling. But yeah, if they'd unleashed Patton and the entire U.S. Army in Europe against the Soviet Union, we would have probably, statistically speaking, wrecked the shit out of the Soviets. And there wouldn't have been anything they could have done about it.
Probably wouldn't have been a fun one, though.
I mean, yeah, people would have died, but we would have steamrolled them. Especially, remember, we would have, when we went to war with them, we would have immediately stopped supplying them with anything.
True.
So it'd been like, all right, well, you know, I hope your boots and your freaking what food you got lasts, because you ain't getting any more. And here we come. Every one of our units is at 100%, you know, combat effectiveness. We've got more food and ammo than we could ever use. And our troops are better trained than your troops.
And we can keep producing more and more.
And we can just keep producing it. And there's no way you can stop it. Yeah, by the end of the war, they were, especially the Russians, were super fond, as they are to this day, of artillery. I don't, again, not to make it whatever, but in Ukraine right now, the Russian artillery shifts are working in shifts of 8 hours, 3 per day, firing nonstop at Ukrainian lines, or they were. The Ukrainians can't even touch it. It's just artillery all day, every day, because the Russians, since Tsar Peter the Great, have been in love with artillery. They have a weird fascination with artillery, man. Exactly, Shark. You're 100% right. And that's before we even call in the Marines from the Pacific Theater, which by the time we went to war with Russia, the Marines would have finished Japan. And then if we wanted to get really snarky, we could just start landing all of those hardcore Marine Corps bastards in Kamchatka. And what would the Russians do about that? The Soviets, I should say. You know, you got American Marines and supporting Army infantrymen and whatnot rampaging through Siberia. You know, it'd have been like, yeah, that's the end of that shit. No more Soviet Union. It's over. It's done.
Plus,
there's just no way they could stop it. You know, it was just-
Possibly even the remnants of the Japanese army with us too.
and
being
that's
supplied by us.
assuming we didn't get cheeky and just nuke the shit out of somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, nuke Stalingrad just to prove a point. You know, just to be like, all right, boom, guess what? We got nukes. And I wasn't even taking that into account. But now that I'm saying take that into account, yeah, there's no way the Russians could have won. They were so far away from even having nukes. The only reason they got them is because there was a
They stole it from us.
married couple that spied for the Soviet Union in America. I forget what the Goldbergs or whatever they were. But they did end up getting hanged for their bullshit. But yeah. So the Soviet Union versus the American military at the height of our power, and we have nukes. It's not going to work out for the Soviets. That's all that's what I'm saying about that. It's not going to work out.
Well, here's the thing about that, Mad Cats. They would also be pretty war weary too.
Yeah, but the difference is we were way able. Unlike the Russians, the United States, we were able to rotate infantry around
Yeah.
pretty well. So, like, that's why they talk about the difference between World War II and Vietnam, especially the Hardcastle Song 19. In World War II, infantry would fight, however many battles, and then they would be sent to the rear for like a month. And it would just be like hanging out, eating hot chow, trying to bang nurses, whatever, right?
Now,
But in
there's my
Vietnam,
favorite
it
plane.
was literally every single day.
Now there's my favorite plane, the Corsair.
Oh, well, the Corsair is a nice plane. Not my favorite, but it's a nice plane.
It was the only prop plane to ever take down a jet.
Yeah, but everybody knows what the best plane of World War II was.
That's fair.
It was the Mustang.
Yeah, true. And it only got better whenever you strapped another Mustang to another Mustang.
Well, I mean, the main thing that made the Mustang awesome was when they developed drop tanks.
True. But
And
hey,
then all of a sudden, you have these badass Mustang fighter pilots being able to escort bombers to Berlin. It's like Stalin tried to hide the fact that the USSR was, yeah, of course he did. You ever seen the movie Child 44 or whatever? Under Stalin, the Soviet Union was so effed up, they tried to hide the fact that they had a serial killer killing children because the hardcore communists were like, there are no serial killers in the Soviet utopia. And the guy who was hunting them down, they literally, he got in trouble for even suggesting it was a serial killer. Until he eventually caught the guy, who was a crazed maniac, was picking young children up at train stations and murdering them.
Chuck Yeager flew a P-51 Mustang, shot down a German Me-262 jet fighter over.
Well, yeah, but I think Chuck Yeager actually flew one of the best fighter aircrafts of all time, in this guy's humble opinion.
Okay,
And that would be the F-86 Sabre.
Saber's also really good.
The Sabre was just a monster. And half of the guys we're fighting in Korea up in the air were Russian pilots.
Yeah.
Those were not.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, technically the
Korean.
Me-262 is a jet fighter, although it's more like a prop plane with jet engines on it than a jet fighter.
Well, it's a jet fighter. It's an airplane with jet engines.
I know, but the design philosophy of the Me-262 is just basically a prop plane, but they put jet engines on it.
Well, I mean, small mustachioed man thought it should be used as a strategic bomber.
Yeah.
And that caused some big issues for the 262.
There was a lot of issues with the 262. One, they couldn't get the actual metals.
No, I mean, it caused issues because of deployment.
Ah, true.
He thought it should be a bomber. However, all the Air Force guys and Luftwaffe were like, no, this is an interceptor. Send this bitch up against, Allied bombers and F them up, right? But he was like, no, we should use it as a bomber. Just like how he was an idiot over the MP-44.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the German army had to lie and say it was a submachine gun because otherwise, and when he found out they lied, he was pissed. He was super pissed off. But then when they showed him how much more effective it made their units, he kind of had to be like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to say is dude should have got into art school because he was not a general.
No.
And had he let his generals fight the war, and I'm glad he didn't, things would have been a lot more difficult for us. But thankfully, the idiot kept interfering into everything, and that made it a lot easier for us. Because had they started deploying assault rifles very early on and using 2.62s as interceptors, specifically to hunt down bombers and myriad other things that he didn't want to do, the war would have drug on. We'd have still won, but a lot more people would have had to die.
Yeah, I just gotta say, a lot of people, I think, over romanticize the ME-262. They think it's far more advanced than it actually is, I'd say.
You say that, but here's the thing with the M262. It could move so fast that escorts trying to protect the bombers couldn't. It would come in straight at the nose of a bomber and empty the 20mm autocannon into it and then whip over it so fast that our Mustangs couldn't do shit.
Yeah, they could go
Like
540
when
miles
Jaeger
an hour.
shot the one down, that's a fluke. Plus, Jaeger was an amazing, God-gifted pilot. That, one of the best pilots of all time. The problem was that, one, they didn't build very many of them. They spent too much time trying to get the Comet to work, which was absolute trash.
Yeah.
The rocket jet plane, whatever. And they they misused so many things. I mean, like I said, how many Deutschmarks do they spend building the Ferdinand, the freaking the Mouse, all this stupid shit, I do know that I recently watched a thing about the Flying Tigers or whatever. And by the time they were done fighting in China, every single one of them was at least an ace. And so, I mean, those dudes were like
very well experienced.
Very well experienced. And not technically part of the U.S. Air Force.
Yep, not technically.
And they had all been, what did they fly? Like P-somethings?
It was either P-41s or P-47s or 51s. I can't
It
remember.
wasn't Mustangs.
Okay.
It was...
It might have been P-47s then.
And they put the shark teeth on them, which was... They ripped that off from an Australian unit.
Or could it have been I don't think it was P-40s.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, I didn't know that until I watched the show about it. But the whole drawing the shark on the nose of the airplane, that was an Australian thing.
Yeah.
But the Americans were like, we're still in it. And they painted sharks on the front of all their planes. And apparently the Chinese loved them. Like, the Chinese civilians would literally...
Oh, well, I was wrong, actually. They did fly P-40Bs.
Oh, there you go. They would, the Chinese people would literally sacrifice their own lives to save the pilots if they had to bail out over enemy territory. They would do anything they possibly could to save those pilots. That's how much they loved them. And that caused negativity in the unit because apparently they loved them so much that half the time the American pilots had like chlamydia and were drunk and were getting fat because the Chinese mama sons and all the young Chinese women were rolling into their air bases and just throwing it at them. Like all of it. Food, sochu, hot chicks, whatever, man. Those guys were treated like rock stars the whole time they were there. But they did have to wear a patch on the back of their jackets. And it read in Chinese, "I'm an American and I'm here to help the government of China defeat Japan." Because the first time one of them landed, the Chinese civilians didn't know whether it was an American or a Japanese person or something. And they almost killed him. Almost beat him to death before he could finally be like, "Hey, assholes." So yeah, that's why whenever you see like the Flying Tigers bomber jackets, a lot of times they have that cloth thing stitched to the back. But yeah, the Chinese people loved them, man. Yeah, average aircraft, seemingly average fighter pilots, and the kill ratio was like 20-1 or some shit. It was insane. It was a crazy, because he figured out how to kill Zeros is you climb really high
Yeah.
and dive bomb the Zero. And then after you come down, shoot the Zero,
Boom and
you
zoom.
climb really high again.
Yeah, boom and zoom tactics. If you boom and zoom a Zero, there's nothing they really can do.
And they also took out shit tons of, like, at one point, Japan sent like a whole wing of bombers to bomb someplace in China. And the fighting, the Flying Tigers, like, shot every one of them down.
P-40 is not a bad looking plane. It's a cool one.
It's a cool looking plane, especially with the teeth on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks cool, don't it? Like a flying shark or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Japanese high command hated them bastards because they kept trying to do shit, and the American pilots just kept running amok on them. So, you know, it is what it is, right, guys? It is what it is. U.S. OSS agents worked with and trained Ho Chi Minh. Yeah, of course we did. During World War II, we were responsible for doing so much to help liberate Vietnam. And then at the end of the Vietnamese War, we rolled over like a bunch of whores at the Treaty of Paris and let France take them back as a colony. We do stupid shit like that all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have we betrayed the Kurds, guys? It's like not a decade goes by that we don't betray the Kurds.
Yeah, again with the
And it's all
P-40.
because we don't want to piss Turkey off. But it's like at some point we need to tell the Turks to just go fuck themselves back to China.
Yeah.
And let the Kurds have a homeland. Because, you know, every war in the Middle East where we ever put ground troops or anything, the Kurds are always the first ones right there waiting to help.
Yep.
And then we always leave them to get massacred and abused at some point. And honestly, it's shameful. It's shameful. And yeah. And it happened when I was over there. During Gulf Desert Storm and Shield, the Kurds were definitely on our side on that shit. And the Turks got mad about it because, you know, the whole fact that the Kurds think that some of eastern Turkey is actually part of a Kurdish homeland.
So, but as you may have noticed, I'm not a huge fan of Turks just in general.
I'm not a fan either.
They've never been like good. They've always been bad.
I mean, they did attack one of our allies while in NATO.
Oh, they're constantly wanting to bump heads with freaking Greece.
Yeah.
And it's like, now me personally, and maybe I'm stupid, I think the Greeks would probably whip their ass if the
I'm-
Turks actually tried to invade Greece or anything.
I'd probably agree with that. It's hard to say.
But
though.
you know, it is a fact they hate each other really, really passionately.
I wonder why.
Because everywhere that they call Turkey used to be Greece.
Yes.
So yeah, it's pretty easy to understand. That's why, like I said, I go off when people start talking about colonization, and I'm always like, well, when do we draw the line? Because if we want to talk about colonizers, well, Turks and Arabs, tell them to haul their asses back to the north of China and the Arabian Peninsula, you know, and get the out of areas that used to be European. And then maybe I mean, I don't know, would I exchange North America for Constantinople? Maybe. I mean, if we're going to do that, you know. But the thing is, it's like somebody said, it's only evil in colonizing if Europeans do it. If anyone else on the earth does it, it's okay. It's a-okay. Don't worry about it. You know, when the Turks invaded Cyprus, it's okay. You know, don't worry about it. But yeah, Shark, we betrayed the shit out of everyone. Everyone. We betrayed the shit out of everyone. And I think the last war where I could say we were definitively the good guys, and don't take this as me trying to be a treasonous dickhead or anything, but it was probably World War II.
Yeah.
After that, I don't know what the hell we've been doing. Yeah, and you know, the sad thing is, prior to the invasion of China by Japan, the Chinese government was wrecking Mao. Like they were whipping their asses big time. And that's why Mao had to do that, the long walk to where the F ever they went. At one point, there were less than 8,000 communist Chinese in China. Because what's his name? Something K-Shek or whatever, that was whipping their ass. And then the Japanese showed up.
Yeah, I mean, Mao did say that they should thank the Japanese for coming in and basically making it possible for them to even take power.
Right. Because, you know, if it weren't for the Japanese getting involved, the commies would have been ran right out of China.
Yep.
That would have just been the end of them, as it should have been. But, you know, that's why I say you've got China and then you've got the continent, which is also part of Taiwan. Since, you know, I know the Chinese get really pissed off about it, but the actual legitimate government of China is Taiwan. That's where the actual government of China was forced to flee after the Communist Revolution. And but if you say that, like if I were in China and I said that, boy, I'd be in prison. Like lickety split, my ass would be in prison, right? Yeah, we were so afraid of the spread of communism that I think we helped it spread. You know what I mean? And now you look at Vietnam today, since we're constantly talking about Vietnam for some reason.
I mean, on paper, they're communists. In reality, I don't even know what in the hell they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because everyone in Vietnam's an entrepreneur. They're all trying to make money. They're all running around having a good time, drinking nickel beers. They love America. It's like,
They love their French cuisine.
yeah, it's like if you're communist, I think you messed up on how to be communist at some point. And even Mao, before he thankfully died and went screaming to hell, I'm sure, changed the entire economic system of communist China to a more free market system, because Mao even realized that the whole what do they call it, collectivism, didn't work. And it only took tens of millions of people starving to death for Mao to figure that out.
Yeah, it's it doesn't seem I guess it looked like a good idea to force all your people to try to make steel somehow. Not really.
Well, then he also
Whatever.
tried to make water chestnuts a staple food.
Yeah.
I mean, because people were starving to death. They were literally eating grass and stuff, and their own kids in some cases. That is a thing that happened in China. Chinese parents would typically start with the youngest and work their way up, because the youngest child was considered to be the most replaceable. There's whole novels that were written by Chinese writers who were there all about it, how horrible it was. And then on top of that, the teenagers and young tweenagers that were hardcore communists were running around, torturing people and putting them through struggle sessions and shit. So, I mean, the whole thing was just absolutely a nightmare. But then Mao eventually said, hey, no, let's do free market shit. And the Chinese economy actually started, now
Going
they
back a little bit.
now they got billionaires over there,
Yeah.
Fucking idiots. Vietnam wanted to be independent and free. Yeah. And if they chose to live underneath some kind of freaky hybridized communist system, that's not our problem.
Yeah.
I mean, will America be communist? Not on my watch. But do I give a shit if the Vietnamese are? Not a bit. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, if I had my way, it would be illegal to even be a member of the Communist Party in America.
I'd be with you on that one.
And people are like, well, wouldn't that be like against the First Amendment? And I'm like, yeah, but does the First Amendment really cover your right to try to overthrow the government? Because the second they overthrow the government, the first thing that's going to go is the First Amendment.
Yeah.
So it's like they're using our amendments to infiltrate our system and destroy it from within.
That's why I
So,
think any subversive act should be pretty much illegal.
right. It is subversive. So at some point, there should be some law out there that's like, look, you're not allowed to be a member of a subversive ideology in the United States. Whether it's communism, National Socialism, whatever it is, whatever your particular brand of socialism happens to be, we're not doing it here. And if that's something you're down with, maybe you should move or go to prison or whatever. One of my favorite ships right here, bro, the Cleveland, the USS Cleveland.
That's
Man,
a cool one.
that thing in World of Warships before they nerfed it was a freaking machine gun. You could run up on people and put all your guns on them, and it was just like the reload rate on your main guns was like seconds.
I was a fan of the Tirpitz.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a German ship,
I know.
Kriegsmarine, I kind of played more American ships. I mean, I do got a German ship. I've got the Odin, but my highest ranked ships, I think, are American.
Those secondaries, and then the torpedoes.
That's the Odin. I equipped that shit where the secondaries have a 16-kilometer range, and
Roll
plus
up
it's got
against.
torpedoes.
I rolled up against the destroyer. He sadly did get his torpedoes off, but I killed him too.
Well, I mean, if you face a torpedo head on, because the Odin has the icebreaker or whatever prow, a lot of times you can just eat
Run
it.
right through it. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing, and you're not going to love it, but you can survive them,
yeah.
and then hopefully go hide somewhere and do your auto repair.
Yeah, I was hiding, getting ready for an attack, and then a destroyer came up by me, and I'm like, oh no.
See, I never worry about that. If a destroyer gets within 16 kilometers of my ship, it dies.
You have to see him first, though, and that's the thing. He popped up right in front of me because of his detection
Well,
range.
yeah, you got to see them first, but I've never had a problem with it. All you really need if you play a team game is you need a friendly destroyer to just kind of
Scout for you.
hang out around you. You
Yeah.
know, all he's got to do is hang out around you, because destroyers spot an enemy destroyer pretty quick.
Yeah.
As soon as the enemy destroyer gets spotted, you just alt target it, and all of those,
Destroyer.
all of those 150 millimeter guns that the Odin has just starts going nuts. Blah 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 blah, and it's goodbye destroyer, man. And if he tried to get torpedoes off, usually he's 10K away. And a lot of times, I'm not saying every time, but a lot of times, you have enough time to maneuver away from it.
I also did really like the Japanese battleships. They were probably the best snipers on the game.
If you're playing the high tier with the Yamamoto, that can one-shot basically everything.
Oh no, the mid tiers were fine.
But now the Japanese strength was really their destroyers.
True. Their destroyers were just
Because they had destroyers that were like invisible until they got within 5K of you.
Yes.
So
And
if you did not have, like I said, friendly destroyers in the neighborhood keeping an eye on you, them things could just hang out shooting at you and you wouldn't even see it.
Yep.
You know,
they've just
you'd be getting shelled and be like, well, where is the shelling coming from?
yeah,
It's
or
like a
just be
kabuki or
torpedoed
something
everywhere
like
too.
that. Yeah, torpedoes everywhere. Their torpedoes have incredible range.
Yeah.
I have the Type 36 German destroyer. No torpedoes.
Yeah, the Germans didn't really have a good torpedo destroyer. They usually had
The
guns.
Odin torpedo sucks. It's got 5K range.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
The same for the
When
Germans.
a lot of the Japanese submarine or Japanese torpedoes can be like 12, 15K,
20K.
20K. It's like, really? I mean, which is why the Keta whatever got taken out of the game there for a while.
Yeah, and now it's nerfed to the point where it's useless.
Because people were like, I'm going to fire 32 torpedoes and then just go take a nap. Like, you asshole. New advanced heavy cruisers after 43, armed with radar detected fire control, special rapid firing 8-inch guns. Yeah, beasts. I mean, the Japanese, they did okay in the beginning, but again, like with the Germans, it came down to production.
Yeah,
Like
the
we were
Japanese
putting a new
cruise.
Fletcher class destroyer into the water every couple days. We were putting aircraft carriers into the water every couple months. You know, it was like, yeah.
Every ship every ship we lost, we just replace it tenfold.
That was
later
the
on.
thing. The Japanese could not replace their losses.
Every ship they lost is just another loss. They can't do anything about it.
Well, it's not really a loss. It become a reef at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go grab some lunch and see
I'll
what's
see
going on. I will talk to you guys later. And if I don't see you in the next couple days, just know that I'm probably having fun or in jail. Either way. So peace and love and behave yourselves.